Tradoon.
A dirter.
Tradoon. present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
The beast. The beast. The beast.
The what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
The
Again?
beast.
The what?
The beast.
The who?
The beast
Tradoon.
from 20,000 fathoms.
Thing one of two. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Let's
but thank you
protect
for the
our
12
fossils,
months of
because
support, and
If
thank
they're
you,
removed,
Lou
America
Louch,
loses them forever.
for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that too. Holy cow! And Anonymous, thank you for the 3 months.
One of the most remarkable animals
Brilliant.
that has ever existed.
I appreciate that.
And certainly one of the most famous is a dinosaur.
And tap my mic to
I'm
be
always butchering the names of all dinosaurs. Paleobeak.
A real mean kid.
And L4 Gordon, thank
With
you for the
6-inch
follow.
daggers for
Welcome.
teeth,
Anonymous,
he was the terror of his
thank you for
neighborhood.
the 3 months of support. Oh, Saktir, thank you for the follow as well. And yeah, OBS had an update, and this is the first time I've streamed since that, so let me see if I can turn down the desktop audio a little bit. We should have a separate audio for our alerts, and it doesn't seem like that's, I don't know, they changed something up on me. Anyway. Hey, Mini Pie, how are you doing? And Sweetie Pie's over here too. Well. Everybody, welcome back to Paleontologizing. Especially if you're new here. If you, just joined us today,
It's a
or...
paleontologist version of heaven.
Goodness, that is loud. What is going on with that? Maybe there was an update in Stream Elements or something. Let me fiddle around with that for a second. But, some of these things you really can't fix until you're live, because it's not like I was getting alerts or anything while I was testing out all the equipment today. But anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. If you're here for the very first time, or if you were here for our fieldwork live streams, and this is your first office stream, welcome to my office here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Being joined by Mini Pie right now. She's one of my landlords here, and she is going to want some treats. She really missed me while I was gone for the past almost month, doing field work, digging dinosaurs in Utah. And yeah, you're pretty happy I'm back, aren't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Hang on just a minute and I'll get you some treats. But, goodness, why is this... She's pushing the camera around. Mini pie. Oh, goodness. Here, hang on just a moment. Let me see if I can get these alerts figured out here. Let's see. And they've moved it. I don't know how to find this now. It's not under other. Data and reports. Streaming. It's under streaming tools. Okay. They're really kind of de-emphasizing all this stuff. Okay. And it does seem to be there's something buggy going on. Sorry, everybody. Where it won't let me adjust the volume. Like I click on it and it instantly disappears again. But Mommy does, thank you for the 7 months of support at Tier 2. I really appreciate that.
Tradoon.
Yeah, the volume rocker is just, it's disappeared.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces
And thank you, Mother of Cats, for the 3 months of
3 months
support.
already. Also cute
Really
cat lace
appreciate
wave
that.
lace El Palio
Yeah.
Day.
Anyway. I guess we'll... see what happens here?
Dirter.
Tradoon.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dirter.
Anyway. Yeah. It's good to have everybody here. It is really, really nice to be back in civilization, to be in air conditioning, to sleep in an actual bed, be able to take showers. 3 weeks of field work is a lot. I know this is like what I live for. I'm so excited to be out there digging dinosaurs in places like the desert of eastern Utah. But after a while, you kind of miss the creature comforts just a little bit, you know? Sleeping in a tent every night, putting up with, you know, sandstorms, incessant heat, just, you know, 105 degrees every day, stuff like that. It does start to take its toll. Lack of showers for 3 weeks, you know. Yeah. So I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad you're here. Today we're going to have kind of a loosey-goosey stream, since I know a lot of people are totally new to the office streams here. We're going to be doing some Q&A. We're going to be looking at what we accomplished this summer in the field, digging up dinosaurs. And I think we'll take a look at some clips, too. Some of these YouTube shorts that Claire Burrs put together. And Ken, it is great to see you, too. Miss you already. But yeah, it was great working with you in the field again this year. And yeah. And lack of showers and heat, the things we do for dinosaurs, exactly. Lokney, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Hopefully the music isn't too loud right now. Let me know if it is distracting. Let me know if the alerts are distractingly loud as well. And see if I can figure that out. Music is almost too quiet. Well, let me turn it up a little bit. How's that? Is that better? And the alerts are not louder than before. And Header Twitch says, what do you think of people who don't believe in dinosaurs? You know, I'm not necessarily convinced that those people actually exist. You know? I don't think I believe in people who don't believe in dinosaurs. I don't know. We hear a lot about nonsense like that online because... well, anybody can say anything on the internet, and people will say a lot of nonsense just for attention, just for clout. I think it is just about impossible to actually believe in your heart of hearts somehow that paleontologists are all lying and there's this global conspiracy to make up dinosaurs or something. I think if somebody actually truly believed that, if they really held that as an earnest belief in their heart of hearts, they would go out and try and investigate it. You would have to be have an incredible conviction about this, and also be incredibly lazy. And those two things don't go together in my mind. So I don't actually believe that anybody doesn't believe in dinosaurs. You know, it'd be like, I don't believe in automobiles. I don't think they exist. It's like, well, you can see them all around you, you know? I guess maybe in order for this analogy to make sense, it's got to be like, you know, I don't believe in, I don't know, Mitsubishi Eclipse, let's say. Specific car. It's like, well, if you don't think it's real and you're really gung-ho about this idea, wouldn't that make you want to, like, go out and see if it's true? I don't know.
The moon does exist.
And why at 8-9? It's true. The moon does exist. I guess it would be like not believing in the moon. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Anywho, yeah. And DM Wing said, yeah, that is true. Young Earth creationist organizations do have to deal with that, but it's like, I don't know. If you're at all interested in dinosaurs, you want to learn more about dinosaurs. You're going to seek out that information. And a lot of people just maybe never really think about it, but never really thinking about dinosaurs and holding a firm conviction that somehow dinosaurs are this grand conspiracy and they never existed, those things don't mix. They can't go together in my mind. And I've never actually met somebody who has a very firm conviction that dinosaurs don't exist. I'm kind of convinced that everybody who says that online, those people get a lot of attention, and they're faking it for attention. It's not real. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Master Post says it's like not believing fish can live in water. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And... But yeah. And there you go. Rhacodactylus makes a really good point. The dinosaurs not existing isn't quite the same as people who've rationalized dinosaurs as fitting into some alternative anti-scientific framework. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Humpel Reigns, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Mini Pie, it's about time to get you some treats, huh? You've been very patient, and I appreciate it. Let's get that for you, huh? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Would you like that? Would you like some treats? Let's do it. Oh, you know what that means. You know what that means. There you go. There, have some of those. How was that, Mini Pie? How was that for you? Is that some good stuff? Yeah, definitely. She missed this. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Anyway. It's wonderful to have everybody here. I'm so glad you could join me, and we're gonna have a fun stream today. It's gonna be a pretty casual one. I'm waiting a couple days before we really do a stream that has kind of a firm plan to it, where we've got like a designated subject to talk about. I figured there's gonna be a lot of new people coming in today, and so we're gonna keep things kind of loosey-goosey. We're gonna answer some questions, and yeah, it's gonna be a good time like that. If well, shoot, let me take a minute to introduce myself as well, if you do happen to be new here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, talking about fossils, talking about natural history, talking about dinosaurs in particular, because dinosaurs are what I actually study, what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and yeah. But I'll do my best to answer any questions that you have about this grand pageant of life on Earth, of which dinosaurs are just a small part. So if you've got questions about natural history, about the fossil record, about extinction and evolution, or the philosophy of science in general, don't you hesitate with those questions. You too, Mini Pie. Yeah, man, you really need some brushing. You're just shedding hair everywhere. Anyway, glad you're here, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Trappy Jenkins says, look how clean your shirt is. Thank you. Yeah, I have been able to do laundry, and it's been nice. It's been real nice being home. Mini Pie, don't you bully Sweetie Pie. Sweetie, do you want to come get some treats? Hey, Sweetie. Just gotta get past Mini Pie first. Anywho, yeah. The good stuff. I also want to ask if there's anybody who has been in the chat not in the chat, anybody who's been lurking this summer while we've been out in the field in Utah digging up dinosaurs. Anybody who would like to say hi, I want to give you an opportunity to do that too. I know some people just like to lurk and not chat, and that's totally fine. If you'd like to say hello too, I want to give you a special opportunity to do that right now, and I'll shout you out. Yeah. Care Bear Bonfire says, I lurk pretty hard. You do, but you've also been commenting. I've gotten to know you a little bit, and it's, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the office. Jim Lurkland, there you go, Charco. And Ren the Only, how are you doing? Welcome back, it's good to see you. And Cyat Streams Balint, I hope you've been doing really well too. I'm excited to start up our Wednesday night collaborations again sometime soon. But I've got a lot of stuff to take care of before then. Yeah. And, yeah, and shoot. Let's take a look at our calendar here real quick. Yeah. And Michael T. Mayer, hey, recognize you too, welcome back. Didn't have much to say, that's fine. There were a lot of people watching. And I wasn't always great about responding. So, yeah, you know how it goes. Anywho, here is our schedule for August 2024. Today is the 12th, Monday, so we're doing kind of a recap and kind of a loosey-goosey stream today. Recap part 2 tomorrow, because we'll have some more people coming in, I'm sure. And then we are going to dive into new dinosaurs just published this past month while I was out in the field. So I'm pretty excited about that. It is going to be excellent. There have been a number of new dinosaurs, and I am stoked to talk about them with you, and to get into the actual scientific publications too. We'll be looking at these original papers, and that reminds me, I actually need to reach out to some of those authors for anything that might not be open access. See if I can get copies of those PDFs. Anyway, and then on Friday, we'll be talking about Mignon Talbot, who was the first American female paleontologist. She was born on that day in 1869, and we've never really talked about her much on this channel before, so I'm excited to do that. It'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. And Header Twitch says, have you ever gotten to name a dinosaur? I haven't gotten to name one yet, not like an actual genus or species yet. I have named a number of different sites that I found, but so far I haven't gotten to choose a name for a new dinosaur yet. But we'll see. We'll see. Updating the calendar in the server. Thank you, Clipper. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Mechaholic says, I missed the sweet lullaby of Rockhammers already. You might get to relive some of that on today's stream, because we might be taking a look at some of those clips. And Indo says, I'm a bit sad we won't be seeing Background Jim anymore. Well, there's always the VODs, you know? And, yeah, I've got some upcoming projects with Jim as well. But I'm pretty excited about. Yeah. And Blue Tongue Ferret says, may we ask who you would name your first dinosaur after? It really depends. It'll always be a case-by-case thing. So, like, if I end up discovering a new dinosaur and naming it after somebody, that might be specific to that circumstance. So we'll see. Yeah. And keep a list of potential names handy just in case. I do kind of have a list squirreled away, Ghost Pilot. Yeah. Like potential dinosaur names. Yeah. I think a lot of people who work on, well, a lot of people who name new organisms at least have a list kind of in the back of their head. Yeah. And Lenina, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And, Header Twitch wants to know, do you believe that dragon tails are related to dinosaurs? There are, you know, stories of dragons, and, like, different cultures have different conceptions of, like, what a dragon is. Dragons are not, like, one phenomenon. You know, there's, like, one English word for that, but that's kind of a wastebasket group, you know? It's like, everything gets thrown into this bin when, like, different cultures had different myths about all kinds of different, you know, legendary creatures. Some of those may have been influenced by ancient peoples finding fossils. Like in China, that's always the story. But it seems like legends of what we would call dragons kind of predate fossil discoveries in a lot of cases. Where cultures would already have, you know, legends about this kind of thing. And then they'd later justify those, or they'd later find fossils and say, oh, it must be this creature from our, kind of mythical creature lexicon, or, not lexicon, it's the word that I'm looking for. Menagerie, maybe. But yeah. And Rakadactylus says, I find it neat that the ancient Aztec god Quetzalcoatl was depicted as a feathered serpent. Yeah. And there are a few different critters that are named after Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatlus is the one that immediately soars to the imagination. That's named after the Aztec feathered serpent god. Yeah. And Naneni says, I appreciate the amount of cat content on this stream. Oh, there we go. Cat cam. I've been gone for the past 3+ weeks, and so the cats are eager to see me and hang out with me and get some treats. Huh, sweetie pie? What do you think? She's a little camera shy today. She's not like looking directly into the camera like she often does. Yeah. Anyway. And Deathsaurus says, the Twitch app didn't notify me when you were on. Well, I'm sorry that happened. But there's a reason for that, too. If you're following and getting notified for a lot of different channels, you know, the Twitch app is not going to send you notifications every single time somebody that you follow goes live. If 3 other channels that you follow go live in the same hour as me, I might prioritize those. And so if you just shut off the notifications for a bunch of different channels, ones that you don't necessarily need to be notified of, you stand a greater likelihood of getting notified when I go live. If that makes sense. Yeah. And Sloppy Salamander, how are you doing? Welcome. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, good stuff. Anyway, should we take a look at some of these shorts that Claire Burr has put together? Because I haven't even had time to look at some of those yet. I've been replying to emails left and right, and oh man, I've got some exciting stuff coming up that I can't quite tell you about yet. But cool things are in the works, and I've been very busy kind of jumping back into those since getting back from the field.
Surely one of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous,
thank you for the 3 months of
is
support.
a dinosaur.
Dinosaurs and cats, add in some coffee and we'll have my perfect dream stream.
Well, cheers to you, Tanessa.
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. Jaded Fairy.
I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Thank you for the 8 months of
8
support.
months. Paleo
I
dance,
appreciate you.
paleo dance,
Thank you. And that is loud. Let me see if I can turn that down. Yeah, let's turn that down a bit.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends.
Boss
well,
fight.
I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anywho, yeah. And Risadegu, no hyping us up unless you're gonna do the thing. I don't know to what you're referring, Risadegu. Can you be more specific? But yeah. Anywho, Casey Snort says, welcome back to Civilization, Danny. Thank you, Casey. Hope you're well. I am. Better now that you're here. Hope you're doing well, too. It's good to see you.
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And, Ankifara, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. And your secret projects. Well, Risadego, that's why I'm not talking about them yet, is I don't know if they're necessarily happening, or if I can talk about them yet. But there's cool stuff in the works. Trust me. And Hugh says, how was the dig? You can tell me. Shoot. I streamed every single day from the dig in Utah. It was definitely good, though. Yeah. And I am well air-conditioned here, Big Bad Eric. Yes, indeed. McOoze for you. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Let's take a look at some of these clips that Claire Burr has put together. Oh, this is excellent, Claire. Holy cow. Brilliant. Here, give me a second and let me get this set up properly. There we are. Oh, good, good, good. Oh boy, you got a tooth here. There we go. Beautiful. Little theropod tooth. Very nice. This is why we look at every single piece of rock that we take out like that. You never know what might be hiding in there. Tooth from a meat-eating dinosaur, probably like maybe from Yurgavuchia, kind of dromaeosaur type dinosaur that was here. Looks like the tip may have broken off. I'm gonna see if I can find that. Very carefully poke around here. See if I can find that. Did I end up finding the tip to this tooth? I don't remember finding it. Put some of this rock off of here to make it smaller, and then we'll... I didn't. Get this nice and wrapped. This is great, Claire. Check that out. 142 million years old. Give or take a few. Meat-eating dinosaur tooth. Oh boy, we got a tooth here. That is great, Claire. Holy cow. Excellent editing. That is phenomenal. Shoot, let's take a look at this one too. Rivers and creeks. Not here in Utah, but certainly do in other parts of the country and around the world. More commonly, you might use rivers or creeks out here in Utah for screen washing fossils. For like taking a bunch of matrix, like all of this rock that might have little microfossils in it. You take big samples of that, and you put it in these screen boxes, and you kind of, it's almost like panning for gold, I guess, if we're trying to make an oblique analogy. These are great. Use the water to kind of sieve through that, get rid of the surrounding rock and all the grit and everything, and then just kind of find the fossils inside. There's a paleontologist who's really well known for doing that over in the Mustn't Touch It member of the Cedar Mountain Formation. Rich Cifelli found, I don't know how many different species doing that. Something like 70 or 80 different species of mostly small critters. Amphibians and lizards, mammals. That's awesome, Claire. Seems like you've got a good system put together. Stuff like that. Do you ever work in rivers or creeks? Not here in Utah, but... Yeah. Here, let's take a look at... Oh, Scutellosaurus. Oh, I'm excited for this. Holy cow. Check out Scutellosaurus here.
Yeah, so this
is incredible. Ah, yes!
So this was an animal that was found roughly 40 years ago. What's incredibly important about this animal is that it's one of the earliest armored dinosaurs. When things are this small, you just don't get them preserved, period, let alone with a nice set of armor. We had most of the internal skeleton for this, so there's not a lot of guesswork in what, the proportions of the animal, what it looks like. What is guesswork is we don't know what the armor looks like. I mean, we don't know the arrangement of it. And these guys probably had really...
powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
Let me caution.
The beast.
Thank you for the 12 months of support. Appreciate that. The what? I'm sorry.
The beast.
Can you say it again?
The beast.
I didn't catch that I was talking. I keep talking over it again. The what?
Good
Let me
night,
caution.
Paleontologizing in chat.
Good night to you too. Thank you, Let Me Caution, for your ongoing support. I appreciate it.
Complex alternating rows of armor in different, high profile armor, low profile armor, different places on the body. Almost impossible to know what that arrangement was.
That is really cool stuff. Holy cow. Yeah, holy cow. Check out. So, Scutellosaurus right here. I might have an upcoming project there. We might be running a fundraiser to help the St. George Dinosaur Track Site and Museum pay for that cast from Rob Gaston so that they can have that on display. And the way that I would do this, if we do end up doing a fundraiser, would be that I would create a Scutellosaurus t-shirt design. And then I would personally print a bunch of t-shirts, do it live on stream, since I have a, t-shirt printing press and everything. That's how I used to make my living back when I lived in Montana for a while. I'll print a bunch of these live, people can order them, and then the proceeds from that will go toward that fund. They need $6,000 to be able to purchase that from Rob Gaston so they can put it on display. And Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah, you all know Jim from this past summer. He was really enthusiastic about this idea. And so, yeah. They have footprints of a very Scutellosaurus-like animal at the St. George Museum. And so it'd be wonderful for them to actually have the skeleton of this critter. There's only I guess 2 of these in existence right now.
This was our world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Holy cow, 35 months from Darth Goof. Really appreciate it.
Astonishing. Simply astonishing.
Noodles.
One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Well,
but enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Thank you for the follow. And Darth Goof, that's a long time to be subscribed, and I really appreciate your ongoing support. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. That's wonderful. Anywho, is this the... Yeah, this is it right here. There's already... Shoot, it's already like the picture of Scutellosaurus on Wikipedia. That's excellent. Yeah. This is how much we have of that critter. It's the majority of the skeleton. Nearly complete. From Arizona. This honestly should have been Arizona's state dinosaur. Kind of a misstep in not choosing this one. Yeah, it's a lovely little critter. Ancestor of the armored dinosaurs, as near as we can tell. Little Scutellosaurus is maybe the earliest thyreophoran dinosaur, the earliest of the armored dinosaurs. And a critter very similar to this likely evolved into... Well, it gave rise to both the Stegosaurus and the Ankylosaurs, which is pretty awesome. Anyway, it is a really, really neat animal, and I don't know, I gotta talk to Jim about this, but if we go through with this fundraiser idea, we'll be, I'll have to come up with a really cool t-shirt design that people want to buy. And that's how we'll do the fundraiser. Yeah. Anywho, here is the link to the Wikipedia page. If you want to read more about that animal. Johnny Kilo says, oh, I want one as a pet. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst pet to have. You know, it's just a little beaky guy. Not too big. Here's one compared to a domestic cat. So, you know, it's not gonna destroy your home. You know, it might get pulled apart by some Dilophosaurs. Poor guy. But yeah, It's a neat little critter. Scutellosaurus. And the museum at St. George could certainly use that. Let's see if I can find you a quick clip of that museum. St. George Dinosaur Trackside. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, there's a nice theropod track right there. So this is just outside the museum. Oh, is he going to go inside the museum, or is this just outside? I think it's just outside. There we go. I haven't had a chance to visit here yet, but they do already have models of other critters there. Dilophosaurus, another Dilophosaurus. Not sure why they've got a Dromaeosaur, but that's cool too. And yeah, it's a lovely little museum. If you're ever in that area, see if you can check it out. Yeah, it's in southern Utah. It's not a super long drive from
the advisor to the site
either Arizona or Las Vegas.
The Dinosaur Discovery Site is a natural history museum. We feature paleontological treasures that have been discovered in the area. So we have mostly what are considered trace fossils, which are features in sedimentary rock that were made by animals in the act of behaving while they were alive 200 million years ago. We don't have much by way of archaeological stuff, but we are a natural history.
Oh, and they do have a Scutellosaurus fleshed out model right there. But they do not have that skeleton, because that is super, super exclusive at this
history museum that focuses strictly on the paleontology from the early Jurassic stuff.
And Alexander Morrison, Brian Ing's Dilophosaurus is in Vegas.
In the year 2000 by Dr. Sheldon Johnson, who is an optometrist who lives here in town. He was leveling some property he had here in order to make it commercially available, but discovered a bunch of dinosaur tracks on the site instead. The museum serves mostly an educational purpose. We are here to educate people on the paleontology of this area, on the nature of what dinosaurs were doing as they were living animals.
Place for a field trip.
Most natural history museums you go to that have dinosaur skeletons are great attractions, but what you're looking at are the remains of dead animals. Here at this site, we have fossils that were made by living animals, and so we can interpret a lot about the dinosaurs' behavior from the fossils we have here at the site.
Pretty neat.
The museum was built directly over the track site itself. All the tracks that you see, all the fossils that you see here in our museum came right from this spot, and a number of them are actually still in place. And not many museums can say that. Most museums have fossils that came from a wide variety of other locations. Our fossils are from right here.
Pretty neat.
Some of the main attractions of our museum, we have the world's largest track block, which is a 26.5-ton block that is covered with over 50 footprints. We have a crouching dinosaur trace, which is one of only about a dozen of those that are known anywhere in the world. And we have the world's largest collection of swimming dinosaur tracks. In addition to that, we also have a fossil preparation laboratory where people can actually watch fossils in the process of being prepared. And we have a little dino park where kids can go out and play. And actually sit on a model dinosaur and get their picture taken on it.
That's
we have
pretty
an outdoor
cool.
exhibit.
And I love that there's a sitting Dilophosaurus there, because that's actually one of their star attractions. Is a trace of a sitting Dilophosaurus. So as this animal sat down in the mud, it left impressions of its arms and its legs folded up underneath it and its tail behind it and its butt there in the mud. So that's really, really cool that they have that there. Yeah. They've got that impression there at the St. George Museum. And there's the sitting Dilophosaurus right there that you can sit on yourself. Pretty cool. And Murph said, sat hands up? No, its hands are there as impressions in there too. And so that's how we know that these animals they weren't walking around like this, like Mr. Burns, with their hands pronated. Instead, their hands were like this, with their palms kind of facing each other. Because when it sat down, It's just the sides of the hands like that that made impressions in the mud. It's really cool. We were actually able to tell the posture of the arms, the way that the animal held its limbs, based on that trace. It's super neat, if you ask me.
That we're constructing out there right now. So we have a beautifully stocked gift shop with very unique items.
I've actually produced items for that gift shop
any
before.
other store. A walk through time so people can actually understand what fossils were like in time periods other than what we have represented here in the museum. So our site is here for both families and for dinosaur enthusiasts. Both of them coming through will get a highly educational experience that I don't think they can get at almost any other museum anywhere in the world.
It's a unique
where
place.
we're learning strictly about the fossil behaviors of animals rather than about the fossil animals themselves. Our museum puts the dinosaurs and their other animals that lived here at the time back into an actual context. They're not just static animals standing there. They actually come alive because you can see exactly what they were doing here 200 million years ago. So anybody who wants that experience, anybody who wants that educational experience is going to love this museum.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Here, I'll give you a link to that video. And, yeah. It looks like we might be running a fundraiser to help that museum purchase this. Yeah, holy cow. Check out Scutellosaurus here.
Yeah, so this
is it'd be so cool to have this on display. Holy cow.
So this was an animal that was found roughly 40 years ago. What's incredibly important about this animal is that it's one of the earliest armored dinosaurs. When things are this small, you just don't get them preserved, period, let alone with a nice set of...
And Basplint, thank you for the follow.
We had most of the internal skeleton for this, so there's not a lot of guesswork.
I'm glad you enjoyed this stream, Lenina. I definitely did too.
The animal, what it looks like. What is guesswork is we don't know what the armor looks like. I mean, we don't know the arrangement of it.
Yeah.
And these guys probably had really complex alternating rows of armor in different, high-profile armor, low-profile armor, different places on the body.
My favorite
stream. Almost impossible to know what that arrangement was.
In fact, let me find you a link to that particular VOD. Again, all of our VODs from the summer are already up on YouTube. Thank you, Claire, for making that possible. For putting in the work there.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is a rare half day off for me right now from digging dinosaurs out in eastern Utah. We've come across the state border into Colorado for today.
Hey, Tapir, how are you doing?
And
welcome.
Lucky enough to be able to tour Gaston Design Studios. So here at this facility, you're going to see how we make replicas of fossils for museum displays and for research purposes as well. This is kind of a cornerstone of paleontological research, and Rob Gaston is easily one of the best people in the world at doing this. So I am thrilled to have this opportunity and to be able to show you how all this works. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. So it's just me and like 40 other paleontologists in here, and it's 2014 during the mid-Mesozoic meeting. Rob gave us a tour of the studio, so it's just me and like 40 other paleontologists in here, and it's like, I don't know.
This is a magical place.
It's like Willy Wonka's factory or something. This is just a place of wonders. So again, I am super stoked to be here. Ignore that sign. And here we are. All right. And there's the man himself, Rob Gaston. Yeah.
Hello.
So again, Rob, thank you so much for this opportunity. It is wonderful to be here.
Yeah, happy to have you, and appreciate the interest.
Yeah, so for those of you who may not be familiar with Rob Gaston, you might be familiar with Gastonia, that coelacanthine ankylosaur from the Cedar Mountain Formation.
I don't have it on my wall.
It's named after Rob Gaston. So pretty cool to, I don't know, you're in the presence of, somebody pretty great here, so I hope you realize that, everybody watching. We've got 156 people watching right now, right at the beginning, and that'll probably peak up to like 500 or something.
Okay.
So,
good.
Anyway, yeah. Rob, how long
material that
So,
we're molding.
Anyway, take a look at some actual fossils here that he was molding and casting.
Silicone on the other half.
Ceratopsian jaws, lower jaws of a big horned dinosaur.
Your mold will open in half. Pieces in, I to move it. So
There's our
pulling it all
Scutellosaurus
out,
again.
Moving it a couple, a quarter of an inch, or in the Fern Bank in Atlanta, the 1st of October.
Very cool.
So it'll be on display there.
That's so soon. Shoot.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Man.
It's too soon.
Anybody near Atlanta, make sure you go to this exhibition. That is going to be really, really special.
Yeah.
And
this is the best collection of armored dinosaur skeletons you'll ever see.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
There's Jim
Are you displaying Gastonia?
Explanation
Yes, 2
point.
Gastonias
Nice.
with Utah Raptor.
Very cool.
Yeah. Again, if anybody's just joining us, I'm here at Rob Gaston's workshop.
Pieces of it across North Africa.
Here's our gigantic Sarcosuchus right here.
It's Sarcosuchus by artist Gary Staub.
Pyro Kitty says we're already trying to get a plan together to go up there to see the exhibition at Fernbank. Very cool, Pyro Kitty. Oh, I'm jealous. I'm gonna see if maybe I can go up there too. But we'll see if it works out with my travel schedule.
And he did a full 30-foot skeleton of this, but we've modified it for our show just to have it coming out of a full water scene. And so we've added some material here to give it the angle we want. And so my wife...
That cost, but that's it is beautiful.
Well, I'm glad he's finally got one.
Diabloceratops there.
Felt bad all the years of having one sitting down here. It's like, waiting for him to get one so he can have one there. But this, some of a little.
Anyway, I could watch this again all day. It's really cool being able to relive this.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
If you make the assumption that you got a 3D print that was as good as a cast, and for most of what I see, it isn't quite there yet.
Yeah.
At least on a broad scale.
You're definitely right about that. Yeah.
The technology is there, but the economics don't allow it to.
Yep.
If you go to printhub.com or whatever, what you're getting back is.
Flask, thank you, Jody Fish, for reposting that. And I think I know the answer, but does Rob produce different quality molds, like say something for museum display versus accurate replication for research?
Yeah.
The quality's the same, but it's different. I mean, we sell
reconstructed versus not reconstructed.
Yeah, exactly. But same silicone molds, same materials. But yeah.
Anyway, really, really cool stream. That was so much fun to do, and I'll give you the link to that right here. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. And yeah, let's take a look at that. Thank you, Claire, for reposting the link to the actual exhibit that Rob is putting together. Exhibit highlights. Very, very cool. And there we go. Traveling exhibits. Animal armor. Here we go. This is really exciting. From insects to dinosaurs, from crocodilomorphs to glyptodonts to humans. Just really, really cool stuff. This is going to be an amazing exhibition, and I really hope I get to see it. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah, let's get back into some of those shorts, shall we? And then again, if anybody's got any questions at all about fossil science, do not hesitate. Hello, Bees. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello, hello. And Geeks Tour has got a question. A good one, too. Are you getting positive feedback on your streams from your peer group? How do they seem to be responding so far? I have been getting some positive feedback. In fact, I'm actually going to be giving a presentation on these streams at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology Conference in October. SVP is going to be in Minneapolis this year. So the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is kind of our global organization for scientists who study fossil vertebrates.
This was a subtropical delta.
And Miko,
home of the big plant eaters.
Thank you for the 6 months
and of the monsters who chased them.
Appreciate that. Good to have you here.
Paleo YES move, Paleo YES move.
And, here we go. Yeah. There's the meeting there. I'm presenting 2 different projects at SVP this year. In the education and outreach and, like, prep and methods section, whatever you call it, I'm going to be presenting on my streams. And then I've got some actual, like, non-outreach research to present as well. I'm pretty excited about kind of the rate of discovery of new dinosaurs and the rate of their publication. So anyway, I'll be getting more feedback about these streams and stuff, and I'll be talking to my colleagues about how do you do paleontological outreach via live stream. I'm excited to have face-to-face conversations with my colleagues about that, because I know other people have been looking into this, and they're a little daunted by the technical aspects, by the equipment that you need, all this stuff, and I want to show them that it's not that difficult. You know, this isn't rocket surgery. Huh, sweetie pie. Huh. Do you want some more treats? Is that why you came back? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's get some treats for you, sweetie pie. How's that? Ooh. What's that? Yeah, what's that? Oh. She jumped off the desk because one of the treats fell. Well, if she wants more, she knows where to find them. Anyhow, in Helvetica's scenario, the dig was great. Yeah. Spent more than 3 weeks out in the field. I was able to stream every single day that we were digging. It was great. Hey, come here. There's more up here, sweetie pie. Gotta come up here and get them. Oh. See if I can entice her. Nope, she's walking away. Oh boy. Anyway. Imagine you doing a TED Talk live on streaming from the fields. I like that, Claire. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see, where was that? I also did a talk at the SVP virtual meeting last year about doing science outreach live on stream. And I'm excited to share with you what I've learned during that time. And I'm honestly a little bit nervous about this. I'm not used to giving prepared remarks like this. I'm used to speaking off the cuff, which is what I do every weekday. So we'll see how this goes. Let's jump into it. I want to make sure that I've got enough time for Q&A here. So, brief introduction here. By the end of this talk, my hope is that you'll have a clearer understanding about what true science outreach is and what it isn't, and why that distinction is so important. You'll better understand how live streaming can be a highly effective means of science outreach. Hey, Sheepdog, and how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How it's possible to broadcast fieldwork live to an audience over the internet. And I also want to do a bit of a disclaimer here. Because of the nature of this presentation, there's going to be lots of logos and company names and stuff like that. These are not meant to be promotions. I kind of have to say this. Because of the nature of this work, I'm going to be speaking from personal experience here. That's kind of unavoidable, but it does run the risk of maybe sounding like crass self-promotion. So please understand that self-promo is not my intent here.
Whether you're a student or an early career paleontologist or involved in outreach, I hope this information is useful to you. And I hope that it will be particularly relevant to anyone with a kind of non-standard career path like me. So, with that said, who am I? Anywho, if you want to find out who I am, then you can watch the video. Here's a link to it right here. Yeah. Let's get back into some of those shorts and take a look at some of those. Claire Bird, did you entitle that playlist Paleontologizing's Khaki Shorts? Oh boy. Oh goodness, that's funny. That's clever. Quick day in Utah paleontology. Let's take a look at this. The whole Hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. As you can see, it's
I like the kind of vignette
slightly cloudy day today. This is a welcome relief from the hot sun out here in the beautiful desert of eastern Utah, out near the town of Moab. And we are digging in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation right here once again. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you know, a paleontologist is a fossil scientist, rather a scientist who studies fossils. That's what I do. I work on dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and during the summers what I dig up, like we're doing out here. So I've joined the Utah Geological Survey crew out here in the Cedar Mountain Formation. And we'll be going down to the quarry in just a minute. I'll be showing you around. You can meet the crew. We've even got a visitor today. So you can meet her too. She's pretty cool. But yeah, it's so good to have everybody here. The whole point of these streams is science outreach. Is trying
this music
to
track goes really well with this player.
Walk you through
Nicely
the scientific
chosen.
process, show you how we actually do our work here, and answer any questions that you might have. You know? I believe pretty strongly in show, don't tell, wherever possible. And this is the best way that I can do that out here. Broadcasting to you live via satellite.
Oh, cool, Claire. Yeah.
From the wilds of eastern Utah. Way out in the middle of nowhere, but it's a beautiful middle of nowhere. I think you'll agree. We're continuing excavation of our iguanodont dinosaur, which, again, for anybody who's new, we've got every indication it's going to be a new species or a new genus. So, brand new dinosaur we've got here. We've been digging this up for the past 3 years. We've got a bone bed. It's exciting stuff. Yeah. This is some...
Is this the day that...
toot our own horns too much, but, you know, this is some cutting-edge science here. New kind of critter. Brand new dinosaur.
Emily was up there with us?
Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland over there in the baseball cap and the orange suspenders. Yeah. And also in the baseball cap, we've got Don DeBlue, assistant state paleontologist for the state of Utah. We've got Ethan Cowgill here, who also
and another baseball cap.
Survey. Fisher McDermott right there. Nick Oliver there from San Diego.
Yeah, there's Nick.
And then there's Emily from the Bureau of Land Management. She's a BLM paleontologist here. And it's people like her who, you know, manage these public lands, preserve our fossil heritage, and so it's important work, and we're glad to have her here. All right, let's set this over here.
The music goes so well with this, Claire. Nicely done.
It's amazing the number of cool fossil localities there are here in this state. Utah, really special, really, really special. And I hope you've had a special time here today, everybody. And in this particular valley here, I know you're fond of saying that.
Very nice, very nice.
The whole point of...
Hang on. It's auto-playing on the playlist. Oh, and this is one from Wyoming. Take a look at this real quick. Oh, this is great. I love this. So this was back in June, digging up a new species of horned dinosaurs, Ceratopsian. So there's Quinn Hawkins and Nick Hornacek there with me. Yeah. This is great. And it seems like these have a fair number of views, too. YouTube really pushes the shorts. Well, it's got 40 so far. Okay. I think you gotta make them vertically oriented. You know, you kind of have to ruin the video in order to get YouTube to promote it. But yeah. Unky Farah's got a great question. They want to know, where do you recommend I start with my research in paleontology? I'm glad you asked. Holy cow. You came to the right place, first of all. We're lucky nowadays that we've got the internet right here at our fingertips. When I was a kid, that wasn't always the case. You can learn so much about fossil science on the internet, but you got to start off in the right places. I'll give you some good resources for that kind of thing in just a minute here. Let's finish this video out. Very nice. Good stuff. Thank you, Claire. Holy cow. Yeah, Unky Farah, this is going to sound a little bit strange, but trust me on this. When it comes to dinosaur science in particular, because dinosaurs are just a small part of paleontology. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general, but for dinosaurs in particular, Wikipedia is actually an excellent place to start. Here, somebody give me the name of a random dinosaur, and we'll look it up on Wikipedia, and I'll show you what I mean. Because Wikipedia is a community-edited, constructed entity, it relies on volunteer labor, and luckily, people really love dinosaurs, especially the sorts of people who edit Wikipedia. And so the dinosaur part of Wikipedia is phenomenal. It is really excellent. Let's see. Heterodontosaurus. That's a good one, Unky Farah. Yeah. Heterodontosaurus. So, holy cow. And this is... You picked an excellent one because this is actually a featured article, which means that it is particularly comprehensive, well-researched, and well-sourced. Yeah, so Heterodontosaurus is this lovely little ornithischian dinosaur from southern Africa. And yeah, here you've got a nice skeletal illustration showing how much we have of that critter, nearly complete skeleton. Lovely figures right here. There's another specimen there. And then just basically everything that's ever been written about Heterodontosaurus in the scientific literature is neatly summarized here on Wikipedia. So if you want to just get a good gist for what this animal is all about, this article is an excellent place to start. And then it'll take you into the original literature if you look at the references. And this is the most important part. The reason why I say Wikipedia is the best place to start where you're learning about dinosaurs at first is because it'll take you right to the primary literature. All of these different scientific papers that have been written on Heterodontosaurus, you can access from Wikipedia right here. Yeah, the postcranial skeleton of Heterodontosaurus from the Stormberg of South Africa, article from 1980. There it is right there. And you can view the PDF right here on JSTOR. Brilliant. So yeah, Wikipedia really is a phenomenal place to get started. At least when we're talking about dinosaurs. For other subjects, I cannot vouch for the accuracy or comprehensiveness of Wikipedia, but for dinosaur science in particular, Wikipedia is excellent. So that's where I would start. Anyway, yeah. And Hello Bee says Epidexipteryx, that's another really good one. And shoot, if you want like a good summary of everything that's known about a particular dinosaur, you really can't beat Wikipedia. Yeah. It's really phenomenal. Epidexipteryx is a dinosaur that's not been around for nearly as long as Heterodontosaurus. There's not been as much published on it. So there's not as much information. But, again, Wikipedia, phenomenal. Yeah. AK Tracker says, welcome back from the field. Thank you. It's good to be home. Anyhow. Yeah. And TMK says, in most cases, Wiki is right, but not always. That's why you always go to the references. There you go. Yeah. It's important to remember. And Jerry Andrews, how are you doing? Bob the dinosaur. I'll have to be more specific than that. I've known a number of different dinosaurs named Bob. Nicknames for specimens. And Chicken Bacon Swiss says, what minerals replace bone? Is it calcite? It depends. So there are different minerals that can replace the organic components in bone during the fossilization process. Calcite is one of them. But yeah, it depends what kind of depositional environment you're in. So different dinosaur fossils from different geological formations will be infused with different minerals. There you go, Dangerous Buttons. Yeah, excellent. It's neat to know that Wikipedia is good for other subject matters too, not just dinosaurs. Yeah. And Thing 1 of 2 says, how did that last night of digging go? Did you find any more fossils while trying to get the last ones out? Oh boy, we did. We're gonna have our work cut out for us when we show up next summer. I can tell you that. Pretty excited about it. Pretty excited about it. Yeah. We were not gonna get all those out. So, yeah. Yeah. That's all I'll say about that for now. Yeah. Hit the jackpot there? Definitely an mouse. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. And El Meta says, how good is the T-Rex article for Tyrannosaurus Rex? Pretty darn good, I would say. It's gonna be, the best summary of Tyrannosaurus research anywhere on the internet. And what's funny is this one's also locked. It's semi-protected. So not anybody can just show up and edit whatever they want. You need special permissions in order to be able to edit the Tyrannosaurus article, because it's such a popular dinosaur. But it is also a featured article right there. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, this is super comprehensive. Holy cow. Oh, and I recognize those hips. That's from the Wonkel Rex. And this particular mount is just down the road from me here in Berkeley. Because, of course, I'm broadcasting to you live from the beautiful and sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And just down the road from me over there, you can see this specimen. Yeah. There it is right there. And, there's me there, back around, I don't know, 2009 or so, helping to repair it when somebody stole one of the claws off of it. This whole thing is a cast, so it's all an exact copy of the actual fossil bone. The actual fossils you can see in Washington, D.C. They're on display there. So even though this is just a replica, it's still really lousy that somebody decided to just steal one of the claws off of it. But I was eager to help out and make a cast of the claw on the other side, and then glue it on. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And I'll see you later thing. Thanks for being here. And Salamander, no Mega Block for that. No, we, like I said, we've got our work cut out for us for next year. But we'll have plenty of Iguanodontian bones just waiting for us. Provided that nobody, you know, that no nasty people decide to destroy those fossils while we're gone. Because they're not going to be able to get them out of the ground without destroying them. Yeah. Anyway. They should be safe, though. We've taken certain measures to ensure that nobody will find those. I'm not saying there's booby traps there, but... Hey. Thought Fisher was going to guard it all winter? Isolated? He might yet. We'll see. Did you get the MiG-29s I sent you? Yeah, we're still trying to find some proper fuel for those, Clairbert. Anyway, yeah. Good stuff. Here, let's take a look at another one of these shorts here. And The Life Is Yours says, do you ever taste the rocks? Not really while you're quarrying, and not really intentional. Well, I guess you do a lot, but it's not intentional. But when you're out, like, trying to determine the yeah, it's part of the shorts playlist, Claire,
rocks, to figure out how they formed, what kind of rocks are they, what's the consistency. You know, you might pop a little bit into your mouth, kind of chew it up a little bit. Is it sandy? Is it gritty? How smooth is it?
And Squire Trelane, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Is it chewy? Different kinds of rocks will have different tastes, different consistencies, and often the best way to determine that is, you know, just pop some in your mouth.
Roseanne, thank you for the 28 months of support. You know I appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 28 months. Holy cow. Appreciate you.
So when I was out taking sections in Montana, in the Hell Creek Formation, you know, measuring the rock layers there, measuring the strata, you do a lot of tasting this stuff. Figure out, like, oh, is this channel, is this finding upward? You know, what's going on here? What's the lithology doing? Do a lot of tasting. Yeah. How sandy, how silty, how fun.
Jim says, is it mudstone or siltstone? Yeah.
And
yeah.
Of course. Does it taste ashy? There you go, yeah. Bentonitic. All that good stuff.
Anywho, yeah. And speaking of Jim, like he was there in the background. Let's find that video of him explaining why these rocks are so important. I guess that's not actually a short either, but let's take a look over here. There we go. The importance of Cedar Mountain.
And in this particular valley here.
And Neil Hauser, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
I know you're fond of saying that you could have, what, 100 crews out here every summer for 1,000 years. What's the
limit? I mean, this site just keeps going and going.
Yeah.
You know, always, you know, and we're just starting to get below. You still got root mats coating all our bones here.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's like, you know, we're not into really pristine stuff.
Sure, yeah.
And so what Jim means by that is that when he says there's no root mats there, he means that there are root mats there. That means that we've only really started to dig in. We're not that deep yet in this layer. And so there are mats of roots from the surface, descending down into it. So like when sagebrush and cheatgrass or saltbush or whatever, when that's growing there on the surface today, in the year 2024, that stuff has got roots that go way down. So you still have modern roots at that level. We haven't dug deep enough to get beyond where the plants are setting their roots down. So that's why it's not really pristine, is there's still a little bit of weathering down there. The roots going down into it are still kind of scrunging up the fossils a little bit. So the things that we're digging up are, we haven't even dug that deep yet. That's Jim's point, is like, there's so much more that's underneath us we haven't even gotten to yet.
It's like, we're not into really pristine stuff.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, Jim Hyperbole Kirkland? I would never say anything like that.
But it's true.
Crazy. And Emily the Nico, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here.
Huge area here, and as we dig, also there'll be nothing.
For 1,000 years, or 1,000 crews for 100 years.
So at the rate we're going, 5,000 years.
Yeah.
A couple weeks here, but it's not going away. And it's always, I've published stuff with John Foster on managing mega sites.
Sure.
Because a lot of sites, you find a dinosaur, you dig it up, and the site's gone. You dug up the site. This is a site like.
And Lua, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
Big archaeologic sites like Chaco and things. This site is always going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And
almost inexhaustible.
Researchers are going to be wanting to approach with new techniques.
Yeah.
And things like, this is way bigger.
Yeah.
Hello.
Anyway, we already watched this one. Let's get into some of the
And in this particular valley here,
how does prospecting work? We'll talk about that for a minute.
Oh, what is about high deserts where you can find dinosaur bones? Western U.S., Mongolia, Chile, and Argentina. It's a lot of exposed rock right on the surface of the ground. So not a lot of plant cover, not a lot of, asphalt parking lots. It's just exposed rock as far as the eye can see. That is how we find fossils in the first place. A lot of people seem to have the impression that we just go and dig in a random spot. You'd never find anything that way. You could dig and dig forever and you might not find a single thing. The way that we actually find fossils in the first place is you walk along the ground and then you just look for anything that looks kind of like bone. In fact, that texture there looks a lot like bone, but on further inspection, the kind of scraggliness, that texture, that's not actually bone. It's a very bony looking rock. Basically, you do that, you find little bits of bone that are eroding out of a hillside, edge of a canyon or something like that, and then you just try and follow that in and you see if there's any more coming out. Oh, what is about high deserts where you can find dinosaur bones? Western U.S.
Yeah. Andrew Memrick says, how far down could fossils be found on that site? We don't know. There could be multiple layers beneath the one where we were digging in. And we have another little video that kind of speaks to that. I think it was in here. Where'd it go? About the Mirasaurus.
So when we talk about these bones getting stepped on, you might mean like they were actually crunched by that Mirasaurus walking through.
Yeah, or another Mirasaurus.
Yeah.
We know these bones were here.
Yeah, these bones were already buried.
Yeah.
Remember, its foot came down to about here.
Really?
Yeah, and then when we dug under to separate it, so then we found bigger guandon ribs, beautifully preserved. We go, ooh, there's another level. I mean, way down. The leg was going down.
Yeah, so it's preserved.
If it wasn't for that thing getting stuck in the mud, we would never have found this level.
Wow.
Well, stop before hitting it.
Salute to that Mirasaurus. Its sacrifice was not in vain.
Yeah, there's no way we would have found this other than we had to go under that foot because it was going down so steep.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's such a cool story.
Serendipity.
Yep. Very cool. And let me show you what Mirasaurus looks like, by the way. It's a pretty good depiction of it right there. Almost Camarasaur-like, but it's actually kind of Turriosaur. So it's a sauropod dinosaur. of a small to medium-sized sauropod. And, yeah, these guys got stuck in the mud and died there. We know because the limbs were kind of going straight down into it. In fact, we have video of, the excavation there. This is before my time. Here's Uncle Don.
So here we are back at the Utah Geological Survey. Our lab's here in our core research center. So this is one of the jackets from Doling's Bowl. And as you remember from the parts in the field, we will isolate the bones and put a jacket over the top. In this case, there were several bones that were so close together that we weren't able to isolate them individually. So we got around as best we could, and then what you're seeing here is the top side from the field. And so we jacketed this in the field, made it into kind of a mushroom. Then we flipped it over and we put the top jacket on. So each one is mapped on the grid and has its own distinct number. So this one is Doling's Bowl, Gary's Island, number 69. So we have a log sheet and a map.
So this is almost immediately above the layer
now what we're going to do is flip it
that
over
we were digging in
so we can cut
this
that
summer.
top jacket off.
So the point is there's multiple layers there, and there could be one below where we're digging currently.
Now it's just a matter of bringing this back into
Could be
our
more
lab
dinosaurs
and
underneath that.
slowly removing the rock here. So this is the jacket that we just opened up yesterday, and so work the rock down. You can see
There you go, Claire, yeah.
coming out.
Yeah.
There's a big flat bone here. It's probably part of an ischium, which is part of the pelvis.
So that buzzing sound that you're hearing is air scribes, tiny like pneumatic jackhammers basically. It's a tool we use for removing the rock from the fossil.
We only got 4 of its toes.
Take a look at that.
Claws,
That is gorgeous.
The tips of the toes.
So there's the hind limb of the animal, and those are the toes right there. These are the claws on the ends of the toes. It's all in articulation. Now this was kind of going down into the mud like that. It was preserved all together like this. Shows that the animal died there, in place. That sandwich dude, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
There's going to be one more little one down in here. Haven't got to it yet. And so that would make this the tibia. So that's what we call articulated. When it's all together like this, it's very rare.
After the fossils are prepared in the lab, they're ready for scientific study and display. All the fossils collected by the Utah Geologic Survey on public lands are placed in the permanent collections of the Natural History Museum of Utah. Here are some of the bones we have collected from the Cedar Mountain Formation that have been loaned by the Natural History Museum of Utah for exhibit at the John Wesley Powell Museum in Green River, Utah.
Yeah, if you're ever in Green River, Utah, make sure you visit. Beautiful displays there. There you go, fall machine. Oh boy. Anywho, good stuff. If anybody else has got any questions too, do not hesitate. We're all about those questions today, and yeah, just kind of talking about what we're doing this summer. By the way, I didn't really have a chance to. Didn't really talk about this yet. This is new. Can anybody tell me what dinosaur this happens to be? Right there. Give you a hint. You saw it at the beginning of the summer. It's from the Cedar Mountain Formation. It's not Troodon, no. Well, I don't see a correct answer yet. Oh! Nope. There we go, Claire Burr. You are correct. It was indeed Utah Raptor. And I showed that off. Where was it? Oh, that would have been before we left for Wyoming. So that would have been right here.
Apparently the coal mine's closed, so this is probably what they got is over.
Oh wow. Okay.
But they got goniophlid skulls.
How's everybody doing? It's great to have you here. Here, let me make sure that this is muted. There we go. But welcome to the Utah Raptor Mega Block here at the Utah Geological Survey. Here again is Utah State Paleontologist Jim Kirkland to give us a tour. Yeah. Thank you again, Jim, for doing this. This has been really excited about this.
It's a nuts week.
Yeah, it really has.
Before I went to do field work in Wyoming.
For sure.
This is
Hope
still
everybody's
in
doing
late
well.
May.
It's really good to see you. And if it's your first time here, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name's Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs, and I stream paleontology outreach here on Twitch. We're going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs. In a couple days, I'll be out there in Wyoming. So, and I'll be taking you along.
This was your first time tuning in? Very cool, Pyro Kitty. Yeah.
I can. So,
we had like 10,000 people watching during this.
Yeah.
Twitch put us on the front of the front page, which was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Yeah. Anyway, we've got a really, really special stream for you today because this is an absolutely unique specimen here, collection of specimens. It's hard to find the words for this just because there is nothing else like it. Jim, do you want to tell us a little bit about this? What makes this so special?
We call it the Utah Raptor Mega Block.
Yeah.
For a short two-word explanation.
Ontogeny.
But yeah, it's we have interpreted this as being formed by quicksand.
Mm-hmm. Here, let me get to where I show off the cast or the 3D print that I did.
Basically, the lake levels.
Here.
It's a composite skull.
Yeah.
And it's based on.
This is not mine. That's not this one right here. That's one that that Jim already had there on site.
Quarries. All at the same level, all in that upper yellow cat, about the and from 3 different institutions.
So that's here, that's BYU, and that's Utah Naturalist Museum, right?
Well, the Utah here is the Utah Naturalist Museum.
Okay, yeah.
Goes there.
Yeah.
But the Prehistoric Museum Price with the whole entire
See, we'll get into.
And of course, we got a new raptor there too. You know, that's about as big as Utah Raptor. That's clearly not the same species.
Jim had some critiques for that.
It's higher, yeah.
It's higher, yeah.
Right before the Albion extinction.
Gotcha.
Which is probably a major volcanic upheaval in the South Pacific. Which some people are saying, well, that might be where an asteroid punched through the Pacific Ocean crust. Well, I'm not getting into that argument, but that's an interesting concept too.
Shoot, I don't know if we really looked at it much.
Knocking the Cretaceous top and bottom with asteroid impacts.
But that's okay.
Which is very cool.
Maybe we'll talk about that in a bit, how the end Jurassic extinction might be asteroid related too.
The first papers come out a few weeks ago.
Things are changing in a really exciting way. What a time to be alive. Holy cow.
Anyway, yeah. But yeah, this is a big animal. I mean, shoot, let me stand here next to it, give you some sense for just how large this thing is. Holy cow. It is significantly bigger than, like, I don't know, a polar bear skull or something. This would have been a sizable creature, not somebody you'd want to run into in a dark alley. Holy moly. And it is incredibly robust, as Pyro Kitty was pointing out. Utah Raptor is a big critter. There we go. There's a lovely illustration by Gabriel Agueto. Ignore the Microsoft painting on it. But yeah, it's a big animal. It's a big animal. Very stocky, too. Yeah. And it is probably bigger than my car, Claire. I would have real difficulty fitting this critter in my car, I bet. It's a large animal. Hello, this guy's just going, hi. Little does he know that there's a giant killer bird, basically, right next to him. But yeah, pretty birds, says Claire Burr. Oh yeah, pretty deadly. Oh boy. And the Mega Block right there that we're just watching the VOD from. This is an artistic depiction, I think by Julius Chitney, showing a family of Utahraptor going after an iguanodontian dinosaur here, and then getting trapped in the mud. This is basically like a quicksand kind of scenario, which is, well, that's what the lithology of the site suggests. This is exactly what it was like.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ken. And Ken says, as someone who has loaded the Prius, it would not fit. I'm sure you're correct, Ken. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's a large animal. Utahraptor is not a small critter. Certainly not. And it is very robust. Jim and some other people have been examining these fossils. There's a team, I think, led by James Napoli from, what is he, at Stony Brook now, I think? They're looking into this, and they're like, this could shake up the whole Dromaeosaur family tree. It might be something it might be from a group that's kind of ancestral to both the Dromaeosaurs and the Troodontids, potentially birds too.
Tradoon.
There's exciting stuff. There's exciting work being conducted on that fossil assemblage, on Utahraptor in particular. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And Salamander says Denver and Liz recommended a look at this thing. Very cool. Very cool.
No reason to think dinosaurs wouldn't still be here, wouldn't still be dominating the Earth.
It's true, Ghost Talks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Neural Net Bromacker excavation site, 290 million year old fossils. Interesting, Neural Net. What, yeah, where is that? Can't say I've heard of that. But yeah. And Ghost Talks is a paleontologist on Twitch? Oh, you bet. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, but I do. And I just got back from more than 3 weeks of field work out in eastern Utah, digging up dinosaurs with the Utah Geological Survey. Let me show you a short from that. There we go.
What kind of dinosaur are you digging up? How do you know it's new? This is an iguanodont dinosaur from the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, about 142 million years old, and just that alone almost guarantees that it'll be new. These particular rocks are older than dinosaurs have ever been named from before in North America. This is
And holy cow, Hoot House live stream with 483 raiders. Not quite owls there, but you know, close enough. They're still theropod dinosaurs.
Has arrived in force with their army of 483 chickens.
Hoot House, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are things? How did your stream go? Hope everything has been wonderful.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs.
Visit the Chronicler. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
New mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Everybody, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I just got back from a 3-week dig out in Utah. We were digging up a new species of iguanodont dinosaur. And
dinosaurs have...
now I'm back home in civilization, here in the San Francisco Bay Area. We're kind of doing a recap of the summer's fieldwork, talking about what it was like, reviewing some of our clips, and answering your questions. So, I'm really glad you're here. Holy cow. And if anybody who was here before the raid has not yet checked out Hoot House livestream, oh boy, are you missing out.
Simply astonishing.
Make sure you check them out.
One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my
live owls and other birds of prey.
But enough about my work.
Here on Twitch.
What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Thank you for the follow, Ty Sam Beer. It's good to have you here. And I appreciate that visit, the Chronicler. I hope your stream is going well. Excellent. Anyway, let me take this moment to I don't know, to introduce all of you good folks, especially the new folks, to a friend of ours, somebody we like to call previously recorded Danny, who, hang on, goodness, he's very eager. He's been waiting for 3 weeks for this opportunity to talk to you. And so without further ado, I'll let him take the reins. He's going to tell you about who I am, what this channel is all about.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
And Johnny Deals, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, you're in good hands with him. Previously recorded, Danny. Go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried. I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom. And we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Well, sometimes it is. Song of Doves, Vet Frogger, thank you both for your follows. And thank you to Hoot House Livestream. Hoot House Livestreams, thank you so much for the gigantic raid. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. A lot of people watching. That makes me really happy. Hoot House Livestreams is an amazing channel. If you want to watch birds of prey, like barn owls and red-tailed hawks, grow up from, from in ovo, from in an egg, to like a full-fledged volant bird, check out Hoot House Livestreams. Good stuff. They are living dinosaurs. Birds themselves are, of course, living dinosaurs. They're the only dinosaurs that survived the extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous. Just a handful of bird species survived and then multiplied into the... How many species of birds do we have flying around today?
Over 9,000!
Yeah, a lot. It is literally over 9,000 species of birds. Oh yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway. Too many, says Casmiel. I disagree. I'd love to have more species of birds, and there were more before a few of them were driven into extinction by people. But, anyway. Yeah. Let's take a look at this clip that Claire Burr recommended we take a look at. What was that? There we go.
We're collecting here on public land. This is Bureau of Land Management land out here in eastern Utah. All of our permits and everything in order. Always striving to be good stewards of the land. So these are all going to Salt Lake City afterward, to NHMU, the Natural History Museum of Utah. And these fossils are going to be held in the public trust. They'll be there in the museum long after all of us are dead. That's the whole point of finding these fossils in the first place, is to make them available for scientific study. When fossils are in a museum like this, a proper fossil repository, the whole point of that museum is to make sure that these things are safe for hundreds of years into the future. And so there are fossils that were dug up literally hundreds of years ago, and those fossils are still available for study today.
Yep.
These wonderful historical specimens. So that's why we're out here doing this, is, to make these fossils available for scientific study. Some members of our team are actually going to be publishing on these. And this is all for the benefit of science, for the benefit of the advancement of human knowledge.
Good stuff, yeah. Thank you for recommending that one, Claire. I noticed there was another one there too. Take a look at that. But here. I think we can find a clip here.
And
Yep.
what did Megalosaurus?
There we go. Take a look at this. This is the very beginnings of dinosaur paleontology. Yep. Well, the jaw is a good clue. Yeah. It certainly did. And so, the point of me showing this is to make the point that this is why we have museums, you know? The whole point of collecting these fossils in the first place is that they will be there long into the future for future generations of paleontologists to study, for the public to admire, for, you know, the whole point is to have these things permanently safely housed in a museum for future generations. And with, you know, advances in technology, specimens like that Megalosaurus jaw can be scanned and replicated, and people like me 3D print copies of it. I'm actually 3D printing another copy of this right now. I need to contact the museum in Oxford and ask if it's okay that I donate that to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology auction, which is going to take place toward the end of that meeting, at the beginning of November. We hold an auction every year in order to raise funds for the society and have money for travel grants for students, and for stuff like that. And this is one of those specimens that I think a lot of people would love to have. A lot of museums would love to be able to put this on display. And I'll give them an opportunity to do that if I can put that into the auction. So I'm going to be making a copy that's even better than this one. This is kind of my first attempt. And yeah, I can definitely smooth some of the stuff out with greater care and paint it a bit better too. This is the one that I'm going to be donating with permission. It's going to be even better than this. Yeah. But yeah. And here, if you want a link to this, that clip that we were just watching, here it is with a timestamp there too. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's see if we can find another clip as well. I want to say... what was that other one called? I think this is it here. There we go.
Back in the middle of the 19th century, the science of paleontology, the study of old bones and ancient creatures, was just being invented. A few pioneer anatomists and dedicated amateurs began finding a few teeth here, a couple of bones there, that they recognized as clues to the existence of a world far older than anyone had imagined.
historical reenactment.
One man, William Buckland, was the first dinosaur detective. He had just one clue, a gigantic tooth which he acquired in 1817. To what sort of animal did such an enormous tooth belong? No such creature or teeth that size exist today. Buckland had a tooth, but nothing else, nothing to compare it with.
These fellows back there in the early part of the last century had nothing to go on. Nobody knew that there were any such...
And he says last century. This is now 2 centuries ago. Holy cow. Makes me feel old. But it was in 1824 that Megalosaurus was named. It's 2024 this year. We've had 200 years of Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus was actually named before we even had the word dinosaur coined yet. That wouldn't be until 1842. But, yeah, 1824. Holy cow, 200 years of Megalosaurus.
Animals that ever existed on Earth.
Right.
They find a little thing like that.
Rule.
Is that what he started with? Something like that?
Encore Vivant.
And he says from that he builds a model of a dinosaur?
He
Come
does.
on now,
He does. And the way he did it is elegant. It's beautiful.
That's got to be one of the great detective stories of all time.
It is. And he has...
Is Bob Barker wearing a Bart Simpson t-shirt? He totally is. Oh, that's funny. Goodness. Yeah.
He had 2 lines of detective work, and there's the same 2 lines we had today. He had the line of, what animal today has teeth most like this one? And Buckland had there in the collection of the Royal College of Surgeons, jaws of lizards, meat-eating lizards, like this. This is one from India. I've been bitten by this species. Really gives you a nasty wound. So Buckland said, this jaw is a gigantic version of this type of jaw. And he's right, there is a distant affinity in evolution.
Round from HD, I would agree with you there. Yeah, Bob Barker's an interesting guy, for sure. Yeah.
Lizards and dinosaurs, and mechanically they're quite similar.
Buckland deduced from its shape that the tooth must belong to a giant lizard, similar but much bigger than anything on Earth today.
Yep.
His gigantic lizard's tooth had just one function, to kill.
And his argument, which is exactly right, is that this strong curvature on the leading edge and a concavity on the trailing edge allows the weapon to cut across its prey, just as a cavalryman strikes down with the curved tip, getting a long wound. You can look
now,
at...
what did that tell him?
It told him that this animal killed, not like a lion or a tiger, by biting once in the throat or behind the neck. This animal killed like a giant lizard would kill, making long cuts in the body of its prey, long jagged cuts, and the prey would be weakened by loss of blood and trauma.
Buckland's genius was to imagine the tooth in the jaws of a full-size prehistoric reptile. With just one clue, he could deduce that this monster killer was 40 feet long and had the bulk of an elephant, and he was surprisingly accurate.
I mean, to a certain extent, yes. I mean, when you're dealing with just this and a handful of other pieces, you know, when this is the most diagnostic bit of the creature that you've got, apart from the femur, it is kind of remarkable that, that he was able to come up with anything that was remotely similar. This was kind of his conception of what the creature would look like. This is the sculpture by Waterhouse Hawkins. Came a little bit later. This might be a drawing by Buckland, actually. But this was his conception of the critter. Right here. And you might call this the world's first, like, dinosaur skeletal diagram. But that's what they actually had of this animal, including the tip of the lower jaw. You can kind of see that illustrated there. A little line showing you, like, yep, got the end of the jaw, too. But yeah. Imagine you'd never seen a dinosaur before. The word dinosaur doesn't exist yet. Nobody had any conception that creatures like this had ever lived. And from just a few scraps, you're able to come up with this hypothesis of what the creature would look like, and you know, it's pretty good in the sense that it's got upright limbs, at least. Modern reptiles have got sprawling limbs. Their limbs come out to the sides, you know, like this. So, but Buckland at the time was able to discern, like, no, this animal had upright limbs. It held its limbs directly under its body, like an elephant or a horse or a person. Not really like a typical reptilian trait, you know? But by looking at the shape of the femur and looking at the femoral head coming out at a right angle, it shows you that that femur is upright. It doesn't sprawl out to the side, it's upright because of the angle of the femoral head there, where that fits into the hip socket, you know? Like that. So it's kind of astonishing that he was able to discern that from such limited material. Nowadays, even though we don't have very much more material of Megalosaurus at all, we found more complete skeletons of its relatives, things like Torvosaurus. And that, combined with everything else we know about the anatomy of other dinosaurs, allows us to come up with a much more true-to-life picture of what Megalosaurus would have looked like when alive. And, be a lot more like this. Right here.
I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Well, thank you, League 7-3. I appreciate that applause and that follow. Welcome. But here's a much better depiction of what Megalosaurus would have looked like. This is largely based on Torvosaurus here. But, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful depiction. Take a look at that head. Yeah, and again, thank you, Salamander, you sent this to me, right? Yeah. It's gorgeous. And it's got those upright limbs directly beneath its body, just like you see in all dinosaurs. Well, nearly all dinosaurs. There's a few exceptions. There's a few who have evolved away from that. Like, I think loons do that. Their limbs go out to the sides. Their hind limbs, at least. Yeah. Anyway. Very cool. Spartan Wolf says, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a quadrupedal carnivorous dinosaur you got to discover. I would be surprised, because that would either mean that a theropod evolved to be quadrupedal, and we've never found that yet. All the meat-eating dinosaurs that we have thus far are theropods. You know, two-legged meat-eaters. Or maybe there was a four-legged plant-eating dinosaur group that gave rise to a meat-eater or two. That's possible. Stranger things have happened. But I'd honestly be kind of shocked if that were the case. Yeah. Yeah. And Astar8 says, are those baby arms useful? They would have been, yeah. Yeah. So these legs are not even that small for a theropod dinosaur. There are other theropods that have even smaller arms than this. But this is an advantage. Because if you think about it, these animals are walking on two legs. They need to balance on a central fulcrum right here. And so you've got to make sure that the weight in the back and the weight in the front is essentially the same, so that you don't tip over in one direction or the other. And so if you want to have a big, heavy, deadly head like this, full of giant murderous teeth, then you need to reduce the weight at the front of your body somehow. And so these guys do that by shortening their arms. These arms still would have been incredibly muscular, but since they're not walking on them or running on them, they don't need to be nearly as big as the hind limbs. So these arms would have been useful in grappling with prey and stuff, but really it's the head and those jaws and teeth that are really doing most of the, most of the predacious, dirty work there. Yeah. Anyhow, I hope that makes sense. And Pujil says four-legged dinosaurs are grazers and browsers and other kinds of herbivores, yeah. So far, every four-legged dinosaur that we have is an herbivore. And whether that's... Here, give me a second. Connect with that. There we go. I really need to make a modernized version of this here. But here we go. There's a brief...
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Spartan Wolf, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
3 of them
appreciate that support and that generosity, Spartan Wolf. Thank you very, very much. Excellent.
Spartan Wolf 643 just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, Spartan Wolf. There's 5 very grateful recipients of those 5 gift subs, I'm sure. Thank you again. Yeah, your major groups of dinosaurs, sauropodomorphs right here. Most of these guys walk on all fours. They all seem to be pretty much herbivorous. Thyreophorans, your ankylosaurs and your stegosaurs, and dinosaurs like Scutellosaurus and Scelidosaurus. They all walk on all fours. They're all herbivorous too, plant eaters. The ornithopods, of which pachycephalosaurs are not an ornithopod. That's really funny that that's included in there. This is an old illustration, but it's lovely. Anyway, most of these guys are mostly 4-legged, although you do get 2-legged ones too. But these guys are all herbivores, and the ceratopsians are all herbivores too. Scent of Clay, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you. Yeah. Oh, and hello, Mini Pie. You just saw I had something out on the desk, and you're like, I must stand on it. My goodness, Mini Pie. My goodness. Yeah, so mammals, like you and me and Mini Pie right here, they don't follow the 2-legged carnivore rule. There are plenty of 4-legged carnivorous mammals, like cats, for instance. But, all of the dinosaurian meat eaters walked on just 2 legs.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
So it's raining weird. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. We're close to a hype train here. A golden kappa hype train is close, in fact. Well, well, well. Huh. Anyway, that's a general rule for you. Is if you're a dinosaur that walks on 4 legs, you eat plants. And if you're a dinosaur that walks on 2 legs,
make a
might be a
wonderful
meat
difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Miss Caprikel, for the 1,000 bits. Holy cow. I really appreciate that. And uh-oh. Brace for impact here. Oh. Thank you. Arita Can wife for the 5
Alright, wife
gift
just
subs
changed
there.
things with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate
If
it.
you're
Holy
feeling
cow.
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Chew.
And thank you for the 100 bits, Golganak. Excellent.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Holy moly. Good stuff. Really good stuff.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Kodali, Mustache Mike, thank you both for your 2 gift subs each. And, uh-oh. Mini Pie. Mini Pie, watch out. Look, we got this lovely Tinamou bird, but it looks like it might be overloading. Oh, shoot. Take cover.
Though it may not seem
Thank
like
you.
much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
And
If
holy
you're feeling
cow.
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, these are just coming really fast. Spartan Wolf, thank you for the 10 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. Sorry, we got a cat in the way. Laura Sauropod, it sounds like you're in the right place. Thank you for the 500 bits there. And Lordy, thank you for the 100 bits. Well, well, well. Holy moly. Do I appreciate that. And I know Mini Pie does too. Here, give me just a second here, and let's make sure that our alerts are also activated over here. There we go. Where you going, Mini Pie? Where you going? Oh. And Roseanne, thank you for those 6 gift subs.
Hold on to your butt.
Really appreciate it.
Rosand_T is getting serious with those 6 gift subs.
I do really, really appreciate it.
Oh, what time,
So is many
what fun, playing tag with your iguanodon.
And anyway, you're staying on the keyboard.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Tropical Tank TV, thank you for the 100 bits.
If you're feeling a
Niffler,
bit cheated,
thank you for
try
the 100
blaming the
bits.
dinosaurs.
Thank you for your politeness. And Helvetica Scenario.
Take the phone to mommy now. It's the dinosaur man.
Okay.
Okay, Helvetica Scenario, thank you for the 2 months of support with the Prime there. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie, you just wanted some attention, didn't you? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Excellent. By the way, this is a Golden Kappa train that's currently underway. So that means that if you contribute to this hype train, then you'll get to use the rare Golden Kappa emote for a full 24 hours. You can contribute as little as 100 bits, and you'll get that emote. It expires after 24 hours, but, you know, ultra-exclusive things often do. So, yeah, hop on that hype train now if you want that. If that's any enticement at all. Yeah. Yeah. Helvetica says, should be permanent? Well, then it wouldn't be a special, though, you know? Something that's fleeting, you know, has a tendency to be just a little bit more precious, you know? And Nulkoi says, beautiful cat, thank you. Yeah, this is Mini Pie here. Do you want to say hello, Mini Pie? Yeah? Oh, she's so happy right now. She's really happy I'm home. Yeah. And the Spy says, were there any omnivorous dinosaurs? There were, we think. And if so, were they bipedal or were they quadrupedal? They seem to have been bipedal. For the most part.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards
Reese.
supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 500 bits. We've got 1 minute left, less than a minute now, to try and get to a level 5 here. Good stuff.
Making my way downtown, walking fast.
And K Crew K, thank you for the 2 months of support. I appreciate that as well. 6 months of support, rather. K Crew, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Anyway. Let me show you some dinosaurs that may have been omnivorous.
What fun, playing tag with your iguanodon.
Kennedy, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Really appreciate it.
Kennedy 104 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Beautiful. Spartan Wolf, thank you for the 500 bits. And Reese, thank you for the 3 gift subs there. Good stuff.
Uris gifted Uris you a subscription.
And NC
Though it may
Texas
not
Dad,
seem
thank
like
you for the
much,
follow.
500 bits goes a long way
Thank you,
towards
Spartan
supporting
Wolf.
science. Our treat here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 500 bits. 500
I'm
bits. sir.
Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils because
Thank you, NC
if they're
Texas
removed,
Dad.
America loses them forever.
Appreciate your
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Invisible Dimensions,
Hey,
thank
hey.
you for the 31 months of support. Holy cow. Good stuff. Let me show you an example of a dinosaur that may have been omnivorous. Pachycephalosaurus here. May have been. Mostly a plant eater, but may have also eaten meat, too.
The skies, the land, and the sea. And the greatest of all the reptiles were the dinosaurs,
Gita Aloha, thank you for the 35 months, by the way. Really appreciate that. And, oh boy.
Fatality.
Plockman's Mustard, thank you for the 24 months there, too. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah, Pachycephalosaurus may have been omnivorous. And here's an article talking about that. Vegetarian dinosaur may have actually eaten meat, Skull suggests. May have actually also eaten meat. But, yeah. There we go. Oh, and who's this dingus they quoted here in the article? Anyway, I'll give you a link to this right here. Good stuff. Anywho. And it was going to assume you'd pull an ornithomimid, says Spartan Wolf. I could do that. Could do an ornithomimid. Could do a prosauropod. It's been suggested that heterodontosaurs may have been omnivorous as well, but this is one you may not have heard of. We do have evidence that pachycephalosaurs may have sometimes eaten meat. Teeth at the front of their jaws almost seem to suggest that they look very theropod-like, those teeth. So maybe they were omnivorous. Or maybe it's an ontogenetic thing. Maybe they were omnivorous when they were young and growing really fast. They need extra protein and stuff, and then later on they transition to being more herbivorous, mostly eating plants when they're mature. We need more fossils, and we need more people studying them in order to be able to figure this out. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, good stuff. And signs of insects eating coprolites. Yeah, Crimson Carnotaurus. Crustaceans rather than insects. But yeah. Yeah. Let me find you that clip. You know, looking at tooth morphology and jaw morphology, the shapes of jaws and teeth can give us some clues as to what extinct animals were eating. But if you want direct evidence of feeding behavior, it can sometimes help to have what we call coprolites.
Fossilized feces.
Technically known as a coprolite.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the behavior of animals. Whereas if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal. But in addition to diet, they can also tell you about what organisms might have been living along with the animal that defecated. And coprolites can also tell you about the conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally different perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
Yep, pretty cool stuff. So let's see, let's take a look at this here.
See through it. Again, it's almost like you're in the field. You're like searching around the slide. Oh, what is that? Clues that say these are plant cells, these are animal cells, this is a piece of bone, it's a piece of shell.
Dr. Chin and her colleagues can then start to get into the nitty-gritty.
I might do a chemical analysis of it to see what kind of mineralogy it had. You can look at organic geochemical analyses or isotopic analyses. This is a kind of a new field in studying coprolites.
And with new techniques can come new insights.
One of my colleagues, James Super, analyzed some coprolites from the Arctic. Inside, he found compounds that give us clues about how warm it was. 70.
Pretty neat, but what we're trying to get at is here.
For wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over those wood fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it. We don't have modern mega herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding on rotting wood, so that was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Invertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis was backed up when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the
Southern
same
Utah.
age
Yeah.
as a tree medicine. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans. They were clearly broken up, so they were ingested.
Put together, these plain lumpy rocks reveal a whole ecosystem.
We have hadrosaurs, we have conifers, we have white rot fungi, and we have dung beetles and snails, all in this one ecosystem, and we have fossil evidence of how these guys interacted. We can't get that from simple body fossils.
Out on the prairie of western Montana, precious coprolites are waiting to be dug up.
Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, I'll give you a link to that video right there too. So is that an example of carnivory or omnivory? If a dinosaur like a duckbill, a hadrosaur, is chomping on rotted wood in order to get the little buggos inside, these little proteinaceous invertebrates, is that an example of omnivory? Because it depends on who you ask, how you define this sort of thing. But it's cool to think about. Anyway, and Wolf Gamer says, sounds like insects have been around for a long time. Oh yeah, they're some of the very first land animals. Maybe I can find you a clip there. Here we go. I don't know if I'll be able to find you a clip actually, but yeah. But the first land animals, the first animals to venture up onto land were arthropods.
Girder.
That's irritating. You do Google image search for
Girder.
first land animals and it gives you incorrect results. Fishopods, like Tiktaalik, right here, well, they're the first vertebrates to come onto land. They're
These
not
are just some
the
of the
first.
questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Zombie Skincare, thank you for the follow. These are not the first land animals. Arthropods had already been on the land before these guys ventured up onto the shore. Yeah. Let's see. Terrestrial Eurypterid. Things called Eurypterids, also known as sea scorpions. These were some of the first creatures, first animals to come up onto land. Around the same time, I think the first plants go up there. Yeah, pretty cool. Interesting creatures. Only tetrapods count, arthropods aren't real. Very funny, DMW. Wolfgamer says, pretty cool, thanks. Yeah, these are interesting animals, and this is obviously long before the first dinosaurs. Anyway, yeah. And Spartan Wolf says, a centipede longer than a crocodile should make you squirm. Some of them were pretty big, critters like Arthropleura from later in the Carboniferous period. Is not a centipede, but a millipede relative, kind of a stem millipede. And these guys got big. We think they're primarily herbivorous, so mostly just eating plants. But yeah, probably eating like, rotted plant material, kind of in the same way that a pillbug does, or maybe a modern millipede. But yeah, they would have been large animals. So at the time, this is the biggest land animal that had ever lived. And then land animals just keep upping the ante. They get bigger and bigger and bigger until you get to the dinosaurs. And they're the biggest land animals that ever lived, and mammals haven't really even come close ever since then. Anyway, yeah. Gilgamesh wants one of those. I know, it's cool, isn't it? And, I'm sure people have made plush ones, right? Yeah. A plush Arthropleura. That's pretty nifty. That's pretty nifty. Yeah. And apparently you can get that from Kayla's Critters here. Yeah. Here, I'll give you a link. If you just have to have one, contact Kayla. Because I guess she makes these custom. KaylasCritters.org. There we go. Yeah, it's cool. I'll give you a link to that too. Definitely not sponsored, Damwick, no. Just trying to do a shout out for somebody who does cool stuff like that. In case anybody's interested. But, yeah.
What kind of dinosaur are you digging up? How do you know it's new? This is an iguanodon.
So let's get back into this. And Rivers Vegan says, how big are whales when compared to dinosaurs? There's some whales that got to be in a strict, well, I don't know, if you squint, they're heavier than dinosaurs, but only if you put them on land. Whales are essentially weightless because they live in the ocean. They'd be more massive, maybe, than some of the biggest dinosaurs, but definitely shorter. There are dinosaurs that are twice as long as some of the bigger whales. I think the world record for a blue whale is something like 98 feet long, and there are at least a dozen different sauropod dinosaurs that have been discovered that are significantly longer than that. So yeah, it depends on what you mean by big. I always like to say that dinosaurs are the largest animals that ever lived, as far as we know, because they're significantly longer than whales and heavier too. Whales are essentially weightless. You know, they have neutral buoyancy in the water. You put them on land and they basically melt, you know? Dinosaurs had to support their full body weight on land, and so, in essence, they're heavier than whales too. I know not everybody likes to hear that answer, but, well, I don't know. I hope it's at least thought-provoking. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And blue whales are largest mammals ever, but not animal. It depends how you count it, League. Yeah. Anywho. Let's take a look at this clip that Claire Burr put together to us. We're talking about fieldwork this summer.
Dinosaur from the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, about 142 million years old, and just that alone almost guaretees that it'll be new. These particular rocks are older than dinosaurs have ever been named from before in North America. This is our third year digging in this particular quarry here, so we've already got hundreds of bones out of the ground, back to the laboratory. They've already been cleaned and studied, and got every indication that this is going to be a new critter. Doesn't have a name yet, but that'll probably come in a couple years once Karen Poole gets around to publishing on it. She's our iguanodont expert. You want to talk a little bit about what you got going over here?
Yeah, so I just pulled out a hip bone from a baby iguanodont.
Ooh, that ilium?
Yeah.
Nice.
This big tree branch looking thing is a femur or thigh bone.
Yeah, the biggest bone in the body.
It's still diving into the hill a bit, so it's going to be probably 20% longer than it looks here. We have a femur from this site that is probably 2.5 times bigger than this.
Holy cow.
So
these animals got pretty darn big.
They do get really big. The vast majority of them seem to be immature.
What kind of dinosaur are you digging up?
So yeah, we'll talk about that for a minute. I actually did a new 3D print of a creature similar to our new iguanodont. More primitive. This is a Camptosaurus skull right here. I'll show this to you real quick and then we'll talk about iguanodontians for a minute. There we go. So I just finished 3D printing this. Well, yesterday, the day before. This is a skull printed life-size of a smallish Camptosaurus. So Camptosaurus is an ornithopod dinosaur from the late Jurassic. Yeah, would have looked something like this. That right there. So this is a beaky, mostly two-legged, plant-eating dinosaur. They could probably run on 2 legs and then walk on all 4 legs if they wanted to. There's a nice depiction of them right there. I like that a lot. But, yeah. Camptosaurus. Really cool animal. Now, this is one of the precursors to the later iguanodontians of the Cretaceous period and eventually the duck-billed dinosaurs. So you can think of this guy as being like an early ancestor of your duckbills. And hey, Dyson Dinosaur. Hey, we are talking about iguanodontians here. Welcome, Dyson Dinosaur. We are speaking about ornithopods. Check out this Camptosaurus skull that I just finished printing. I still need to, put some finishing touches on it, obviously. Smoothing and painting it. But check that out. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm using this to kind of lead into talking about our new iguanodont dinosaur that we were digging up. Yeah, Camptosaurus. Yeah, oh, that's a lovely one right there. Oh, I like that illustration a lot. And it even looks like it's got a proto-thumb claw there. That's an interesting touch. I like that a lot. So yeah, Camptosaurus. So this critter is from just before our iguanodont that we were digging up. Camptosaurus either goes extinct at the end of the Jurassic period or potentially evolves into the iguanodonts that we were digging up at the beginning of the Cretaceous. I'll show you what I mean. There we go. So, looking at these dinosaurs of Utah here, you've got the Morrison Formation right here from the end of the Jurassic period. And then you've got a gap here, and then you get the Cedar Mountain Formation. This is where we were digging for the past 3 weeks. More than 3 weeks. And in the lower yellow cat, we've got this whole new fauna of dinosaurs, mostly different from the Morrison. Something happened to most of these guys. They disappear. But we had Camptosaurus and Eudiodon down here. And then we get some similar looking dinosaurs up here. Did these guys evolve into these guys?
Let's protect our fossils, because
something else happened.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Plane Shifter in, thank you for subscribing with a Prime sub. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for the support. Yeah. And yeah, your formation, Alexander Morrison. There you go. The Morrison Formation. Anyway. So we've got dinosaurs like this, like Camptosaurus, from the late Jurassic of Utah. Camptosaurus. And then we get Iguanocolossus in the Cedar Mountain Formation. And this seems to be a pretty iguanodon-like ornithopod. But our critter that we were digging up seems to be lower in section, older than this guy, earlier in time, from maybe a few million years before. And so we're hoping that our critter might offer some clues as to how these animals were evolving. Did Camptosaurus give rise directly to Iguanocolossus? Is our dinosaur an intermediate? Will it look more like Camptosaurus than Iguanocolossus does? We're excited to find out. Some of these fossils are currently being studied, and we've got some new ones from this year, which should provide some more clues as well. There's going to be on the fast track to being prepped in the lab. But it's really Karen Poole who's going to be leading the charge on this. And so we are excited to see what she's able to come up with. Let's find that VOD there and see if we can see where she talks about that. There we go. There's Karen there.
He's very graciously agreed to an interview, and this should be a lot of fun. I think I'll move one of these action packers over here. And
Oh,
Don,
thank
can
you,
get
Claire. I
anything
appreciate that.
Out of the stove action packer? Good. Yeah, so there's Uncle Don over there. Oh, thanks, Karen. Yeah. Just put that right there. And then I'll make sure that the angle looks good and the lighting is fine and everything before we really get into it. Or is it from the dewatering feature itself, or is it from higher up thing? It's early here with the questions.
No. So this is
See if
right. Like that's
I get to the part where she talks about our iguanodons.
For iguanodon and things like it.
They're known from.
It's fine. It's all the same. This thing that we got from the. So I was working at the Utah.
There we go.
There. Yeah.
But yeah, that's different from. Yeah, Cast the Dreamer. No stream snipers so far, thankfully. That's when like you're out streaming in real life, and then like somebody's watching the stream and they try and like track you down.
Oh, and they track where
you're
you
like,
are.
Hi, and
yeah,
like disrupt the stream.
We are unlikely to just randomly come across anyone.
Yeah,
out
we're
here.
way out here in the
total middle of nowhere. Ken, thank you for reposting that question. It's a good one from Void DPJ. How is the age of the dinosaur determined? Is it based on where the dig site is? Yes. It's based on the age of the rocks that the dinosaur is buried in. So, when we're working here in the Cedar Mountain Formation of Utah, there's a number of different ways that we can determine the age of those rocks. So one of them is just stratigraphy, you know? So by looking at the sequence of rocks, can we find a larger image there? That's better, yeah. You've got the Morrison Formation here, and then its contact with the Cedar Mountain. And so we find, different dinosaurs down in these layers from the end of the Jurassic period than we do from the beginning of the Cretaceous. So, just basic stratigraphy. The rocks that are deeper down are generally older. That's just how it works. Like when you pile up a bunch of junk mail on your desk, generally the oldest stuff is there at the bottom of the pile, right? The older rocks are the ones that got deposited first. So we can look at that, and we can also date the rocks directly. So if we have radioactive isotopes that we can find in the rocks, maybe in an ash layer, you can study those in order to determine how old they are, exactly when these rocks were laid down. Here, I'm gonna... There we go. Skip that song. Someone had words in it. It's distracting. How does radioisotope dating work? I can show you a quick video on this, actually, if you'd like to see. There we go.
The carving of Mount Rushmore was completed in 1941, but the rocks it was carved into were completed quite a bit earlier than that.
The ponderous Trachodon.
Pinball Fire, thank you for the
long and 14 feet high.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
And not a single...
Yeah.
1.7 billion years ago. How does a geologist know that? And how do they know that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old? The answer is a technique called radiometric dating, which lets us tell the age of certain types of rock. Radiometric dating relies on the fact that certain elements have what are called isotopes. These are versions of the atom with extra neutrons in them. Each radioactive isotope decays at a consistent rate. These measurements give us something called the half-life, or the amount of time it takes for 1/2 of the isotope to decay.
So you've probably heard of that term, Chad, in playing that game with Morgan Freeman. Yeah, the Half-Life video games? That's where that term comes from. Is from the half-life, the length of time that it takes one of those radioactive isotopes to lose half of itself. Basically, for half of it to decay into a different isotope. That's called a half-life. But yeah, like Half-Life with Morgan Freeman.
When an isotope's half-life is up, half your original element will be gone, transformed into a different isotope. Another half-life and you're down to a quarter of your original amount. A half-life after that and you're down to an eighth, and so on. The length.
And so it's think of it kind of like an hourglass, where like if you know that the sand moves through the hourglass, you know, you know that it takes a certain amount of time for all of the sand to go through. Well, when a half of it is through, you can tell how long it's, you know, basically if you took a photo of the hourglass at any particular moment, you'd be able to tell how long it's been since it got flipped over. That's basically what we do with the rocks. With these radioactive isotopes, since they have a known half-life, it's just a nice, easy hourglass that we can use for that.
The unstable radioactive element that you use is called the parent, and the stable, happy isotope you end up with
Does it have a
is called
half-life
the
crisis?
daughter. Dating only works if the
Maybe
only
I can.
source of the daughter isotope is the decay of the parent. You also need a rock that behaves a bit like a sealed time capsule, preventing daughter isotopes from leaving
It's
and
gotta be a
keeping
closed
new
environment.
parent isotopes from wandering in. That way, if you end up with half daughter and half parent isotopes, you know that one half-life has gone by, since the rock kept everything locked into the same place. Certain minerals form a tinker toy-like cage around any larger isotopes. This locks everything in
Called a
place and
zircon.
makes for an excellent time capsule. Zircon crystals, for example, can trap atoms of radioactive uranium inside them, as well as its daughter isotope, lead. So, measure the proportion.
And Terabyte says, doesn't the material classification change over time too? So nuclear rod ends up as lead or something? Yeah. So uranium actually decays into lead. A certain isotope of uranium, at least, decays into lead. And there's different kinds of radioactive isotopes that have different... here we go. I'll just continue playing it, because they've got different half-lives.
Portion of uranium to lead in a zircon crystal, and you can figure out when
right
it
back.
must
Hey,
have
grab some.
formed. Take this tiny zircon, for example, which would fit comfortably on the head of a pin. Believe it or not, this tiny zircon, which comes from Western Australia, is the oldest piece of Earth we've ever found. It's an absolutely mind-blowing 4.4 billion years old, and comes from when the Earth was only 150 million years after its formation. The zircon was dated using two different isotopes of uranium, uranium-235 and uranium-238. This provided a built-in cross-check, as you had two different clocks keeping time within the crystal. Whichever clock you look at, they give the same result. The uranium's been trapped in that zircon since it formed 4.4 billion years ago. Most dating techniques only work with certain types of rock. You can tell when lava erupted, for example, but can't figure out when sandstone formed. That's because the sandstone doesn't trap isotopes in the tinker toy-like cages that we mentioned earlier. Because there are other ways to tell how old things are in the world, we can compare those results with radiometric dating and show that they match. Trees, for example, put down a new ring each year they grow, and you can count backwards and figure out how old the tree is. You can also use carbon dating to figure out how old a particular ring on the tree is. Just like trees, ice in the Antarctic lays down a new layer each year, creating a similar ringed pattern. We can then compare that to the dates given by rocks trapped in the ice and show that they also match. If radiometric dating weren't reliable, we'd see differences between the results generated by it and those generated by these other methods. Fortunately, radiometric dating is reliable, which means if we go to Mount Rushmore, we know we can touch rocks that are 1.7 billion years old.
Pretty cool. Here's a link to this video here in the chat for you. And, yeah. And you can carbon date individual tree rings. You can, DM1. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Archaeologists will sometimes do that. You know, it's much more recent than, like, fossil stuff. Anyway. And Cancer Boy says dinosaurs are fake. Very funny. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let's get back to... Oh, I hope that answers your question. Whoever it was who asked that, I appreciate the question about how do we determine how old these rocks are. Oh, I love talking about this. Let's get back to our interview with Karen Poole, where we were talking about this, talking about iguanodonts in general, and talking about our new iguanodont that we're very excited about that we were digging up.
Middle of nowhere, which is, it's got its perks for sure. Yeah.
And I will check that one out, Claire. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you to maybe sell us on the idea of iguanodonts as important dinosaurs. Why are they cool? Why are they worth studying?
Yeah.
Why do you find them so interesting?
It's a fair question because
and how'd you get into them in the first place too?
They're sort of, well, okay, I'll start with how I got into them.
Yeah.
So honestly, that's Jim Kirkland, right? So I was working at the
Papa Jim.
Utah. I'll call it Utah Raptor Ridge because people know what that is. So I was working at the Utah Raptor Ridge before we even called it that, and we had this little kind of iguanodontian thing that we didn't really know what it was, which I did my master's thesis on, and we were out there, working with Jim, and he's, and he says, somebody's got to do an iguanodontian phylogeny. Like, we don't know how these things are all related. And at the time, I was sort of like, I don't really want to do that.
So you didn't have prior interest in iguanodonts?
Not really.
Okay.
But then I kind of just ended up working on this thing that we got from the site as my master's thesis. And as I got into it, I was like, oh my God, we don't know anything about these animals, like in terms of phylogeny. I mean, we know a little bit about their biology.
So when she says phylogeny, she means how they're related to one another, what their family tree looks like, who is most closely related to whom, and etc. And this is honestly the way that a lot of, dinosaur paleontologists find a specialty, is that they have an advisor or somebody that they're working with who goes like, yeah, you know what, I'd really like to know about this thing, but nobody's worked on it yet. It's a new frontier. We know next to nothing about this particular thing. And the person listening goes, oh, interesting. Let me get started on that. And then, blammo. Suddenly they're an expert in the field. Not suddenly, it takes years of study and hard work. But they can become a world authority on that particular group of critters. And the cool thing is, you don't necessarily have to be super interested in a particular group of dinosaurs in order to start working on them. But once you start working on them, you recognize how cool they are. No matter what kind of dinosaur it is, once you start working on it, you kind of fall in love with that group, I think. Dinosaurs have just no matter what group, they've got like this baseline of awesomeness that makes it really, really easy to get enchanted by that group, Whether it's iguanodontians, whether it's sauropods, whether it's ankylosaurs, or even the, gee-whiz coolest dinosaurs like theropods. Whether it's heterodontosaurs or, hypsilophodonts or whatever. You start to look into a group of dinosaurs and they just get cooler and cooler, So you really kind of can't miss when it comes to dinosaurs. They're all super interesting. And it's neat that Karen just kind of fell into iguanodonts.
Island, it's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleo...
And, let's see, SC Xur Piequa, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, and Terabyte says it's nice that there's undiscovered frontiers and things so ancient. Yeah, the further back you go, the more undiscovered frontiers there are, generally speaking. Yeah. And it is like Carrie Woodruff's Pachycephalosaurus salamander, yeah. Carrie has always been super fascinated by sauropods. Those are his babies. But then his doctoral advisor is like, hey, Carrie, we've got these Pachycephalosaurs to work on. Do those. And Carrie's like, okay, cool. And now Carrie loves Pachycephalosaurs too, Oftentimes, when you talk to a dinosaur paleontologist and you ask them, what's your favorite dinosaur? They usually tell you the kind of dinosaur that they're working on. It's almost kind of rare for a dinosaur paleontologist to go, oh yeah, my favorite dinosaur is something completely unrelated to my own personal research. The more you work on something, the more you grow to love it, usually. Which is cool. But yeah. And Isolated says, I have yet to find a boring dinosaur. I agree. Yeah. And Matty Matt Pro says, what was your favorite dinosaur to find or dig up? That's a good question. I really like excavating ceratopsians, the horns dinosaurs, because when you find just big chunks of their frills and their horns and their skull in general, it's just really satisfying to dig up a big, solid piece of bone like that. But I've also really enjoyed digging up our new iguanodontian. Yeah, I've excavated some duck-billed dinosaurs before. I don't know if I have a clear favorite for excavation. It's always such a case-by-case, site-by-site thing, too. You know? At one site you might have beautiful preservation of one kind of dinosaur, and you go to a different site with the same kind of dinosaur, and that's just a completely different situation. Preservation might be lousy, it might be miserable to dig it up. Yeah. It's all highly variable, I'll say that. And there you go, Wasp. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And Terabyte says, gotta be addictive when you get those big finds. It is. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. I don't know if I'd say it's addictive. It's a tremendous amount of work. And it often takes weeks or months or even years to dig up a large dinosaur. But it is something that I go back and I do every year. If I call it addictive, but it's a little bit intoxicating, maybe. Yeah. To the extent that like a slow, meticulous process can be. Anyway, yeah, it's passionate work. There you go, Alexander. Yeah. And hello to you, Digital Dak. Welcome back. Niffler says, "What's your dream dinosaur to find and dig up?" Oh boy. A North American Spinosaur would be pretty awesome. Or maybe I've always wanted to find one of the earliest dinosaurs down in, say, South America. Something like maybe a precursor to Eoraptor. That would be a dream, you know? Also, just to dig anything up in Antarctica is a dream of mine, too. Would be really awesome. Yeah. Iacane says my favorite dinosaur is the puffin. It's a good one too, and it is legitimately a dinosaur, Iacane. Yeah. These little guys are dinosaurs, no joke. They are birds, and all birds are dinosaurs. I've met a number of people whose favorite dinosaur is a bird. People like Don DeBlue. It says his favorite dinosaur, I think, is a ruby-throated hummingbird. So, yeah. That's one of the cool things about dinosaurs.
The moon does exist.
Earl Wergel, thank you for the follow. Welcome. One of the coolest things about dinosaurs is they didn't go completely extinct. We have a huge number of species still around today. How many?
Over 9,000!
There's over 9,000 species of living bird. Dinosaurs are far from extinct. Even if it was just one small group that survived that extinction event, today called birds. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Here, let's get back to this video here and talk about this group of dinosaurs, the iguanodontians.
Biology and obviously David Norman has done a ton of great work on all of the sort of European stuff. So Iguanodon itself was originally named from fossils in England, and is now actually based on the main
Belgium,
species. Iguanodon burnosartensis.
It gets complicated. Hang on. Wildflower XOX, thank you for that little self-intro. They say, when I was little, I definitely wanted to be a paleontologist when I grew up. Thanks to Jurassic Park for further instilling that one. But had the big fear that by the time I grew up, all the dinosaurs would have been discovered or dug up. Oh boy. No, there is no chance of that happening anytime in the next couple centuries. Oh boy. No. Yeah. My inner child is both overjoyed, to see that there are still discoveries to be made. Absolutely, yeah. In fact, that's one of the things that I'm going to be presenting on at this year's Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology is our big professional organization as scientists who study the fossils of creatures with backbones, from little ray-finned fishes to the most enormous of dinosaurs. Those are all studied by vertebrate paleontologists. And at the meeting in Minneapolis, at the end of October, I'm actually going to be presenting on the rate of discovery of new dinosaur species. I'm going to have to update my numbers a little bit to keep them super up to date, including, you know, new dinosaurs from this year. But, yeah, so far just this year we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 new dinosaurs, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 new dinosaurs named this year. Not all of these are going to be valid. That's part of what I'm working on too, is trying to like have some caveats there and everything. But just this year, in the year 2024, 31 new dinosaur genera or species published. Yeah. On average, over the past decade, there's a new dinosaur species or genus published every 9 days. You heard that right. Every 9 days, on average, there's a new kind of dinosaur published in the scientific literature. And we've been going at basically the same rate since, like, the mid-2000s. It's kind of remarkable. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Cool to think about. And Indo says, didn't we get a new species of Tyrannosaurus recently? Yeah, Tyrannosaurus macraensis. Which, you know, we can argue about whether or not it belongs in genus Tyrannosaurus, or if it truly is a different species. It might just be like a chronospecies, rather than like a cladogenetic split. But yeah, Tyrannosaurus macraensis. Named back in, what was it, March, I think? Sometime this spring. Yeah. Very cool. And straight out of Comptonatus. There you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, Comptonatus was also named just before I left for the field. We talked about this at length. This new iguanodontian dinosaur. Talked about this at length before I left for Utah. Yeah, there you go, Heineken, yeah. And you saw the denary on Friday. Oh, you saw the denary of Tyrannosaurus macraensis? Very cool, Ken. Very, very cool. That's awesome. Super neat. Yeah, so all the stuff that's here in, like, tan color, I think is... No, sorry, in white is what they have. Right? Yeah, I think that's the case. Right? That's a little confusing. Yeah. Palatine, incomplete maxilla from the skull. Oh no, shoot. Okay, everything in tan is what they have? But why did they have the cervical verts? I don't know, this is confusing. But anyway, yeah. It's on display. Oh, very cool, Ken. Very cool. Yeah. Awesome. And Plane Shifter says, so are you saying all birds are dinosaurs or just the puffin? No, all birds. Yeah. birds, the entire group, are dinosaurs because they evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. So the way that we determine whether or not a critter is a dinosaur is... it's both very simple and complicated at the same time. It's not an arbitrary thing. In order to be a part of a clade, like a scientifically valid group, you have to have evolved from like a single common ancestor. And so all dinosaurs, as far as we can tell, evolved from a single common ancestor about 235, 240 million years ago, something like that. And so if you evolved from this ancestor, then you are by definition a dinosaur. And birds can trace their ancestry back to that original dinosaur through the theropod group, the two-legged meat-eating dinosaur group, same group for which many of these critters had feathers.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Titanidart, thank you for the kind words and for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Indo says, if you look at a velociraptor skull without teeth, it looks a lot like a bird skull. I suppose. Yeah. Here. Somebody type in exclamation mark turkey in the chat. Pull up that command. And, there we go. Thank you, Claire. This is a diagram I put together a few years ago for Thanksgiving. Your turkey is a dinosaur. All birds are theropod dinosaurs. So the next time you or anybody you know happens to be dissecting a bird carcass, maybe for consumption purposes, whether it's a Thanksgiving turkey or a Boxing Day budgie, or I don't know what birds eat, what people eat different birds on different holidays or rituals or whatever. Anyway, next time you're disassembling a bird carcass, pay attention to the bones inside. You can use this diagram as kind of a rough guide for that. So all of these different features that birds have today, everything that makes birds unique among modern animals, everything that's unique to that group, birds, be it their S-shaped neck, the hollowness of their bones, the unique wrists that they have, their hinge-like ankle joint, their interesting hip arrangement, even their wishbone, even their feathers. All those things that make birds unique today would not have made them unique during the age of dinosaurs, because dinosaurs evolved all those features first. Every single one of those things I just mentioned is just an evolutionary hand-me-down from these birds' dinosaurian ancestors. Like the velociraptor skeleton that you see right here next to the turkey. Dinosaurs had all of those things first, and birds inherited them. It's pretty interesting to think about. But yeah. I'm pretty cool, Celtic Elephant. Got to fly a few dinosaurs and hold them while doing falconry in Ireland. Well, awesome. Which dinosaurs in particular? I think you mentioned something about, oh, shoot, I forget now. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, Harris Hawks. There we go. I was going to say Harris Hawk, but I thought that can't be right. Those are really rare around here. They're not around here. In Ireland. That's awesome. I held a few different species of owls. Very neat. Very neat. Anyway. Yeah. Birds, including your Harris Hawks and owls, are living dinosaurs. It's pretty cool to think about. Anywho. Yeah. Let's get back to our interview with Karen Poole and talk for a bit about iguanodontians. We're going to move to a different group of dinosaurs that's not closely related to birds. It's from the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree, not from the birdie side, but from the ornithopod side. Over here. And that is true. Jazz Baumkruff, you're correct about that. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Is from Belgium, but basically England and Belgium.
Yeah.
Right? They're right across the channel. It's paleontologically, it's fine. It's all the same.
Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. True. Yeah.
So we know a fair amount about like kind of the biology of those animals and how they work, but there's this whole larger group of iguanodontian dinosaurs that encompasses, and let's see, they're not all iguanodontians in my phylogeny, but I think I had like 67 or 68 genera.
Wow.
In my phylogeny
that
I did
many?
yeah.
That's like twice as many as I would guess. That's impressive.
There's a lot, and they're known from every continent, every modern continent, right?
They're known from Antarctica.
We've got them from Antarctica.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
Anywho, we got a question too from Digital Dak, who wants to know: are we all related to the first creature to crawl out of the oceans, or was it more than one? Now, there's definitely more than one. We were talking about that earlier, actually. If you say creature just meaning organism, then the first creatures to venture up onto the land were plants. Something like this. This is kind of similar to like I think this might be a liverwort or something like that. But these were the first organisms to come up onto land. They're not animals. They're from a different branch on the Tree of Life, obviously. So let's, here. Pull up our grand Tree of Life here. There's all life on Earth. And then let's find the liverworts down here. These will be kind of close to some of the first plants to come up onto land. As for the first land animal, probably would have been something like this. Like a terrestrial Eurypterid. These are creatures that are kind of related to scorpions, we think. It's a little tricky to figure that out. These were some of the first animals to come up onto land. The plants had already made it on, and these guys eventually evolved the ability to be able to come up onto the land as well. And so these are the first land animals that we know of. And they're not closely related to us at all. They're not tetrapods. These are, relatives of modern arthropods. So they'd be somewhere over here on the Tree of Life. And DM-Wing, there is a paper about that recently, but I actually need to look into that. It's a little confusing. Anyway, we've got scorpions, mites. Oh, spiders, mites, scorpions, and relatives. So yeah, this would be Eurypterids would be somewhere close to here, and they're like the first animals to really come up onto land and live there on a permanent basis, we think. But then if you're asking about the first land vertebrate animal, these guys come onto land long after these guys. So the Eurypterids are first by a significant margin, and then you get critters like Tiktaalik. These are fishes that come up onto the land. And it's from critters like this that you and I evolved from, and all the other vertebrate animals. So here we go. So we'll jump from sea scorpions and their relatives to lungfishes and tetrapods and lobefin fishes, including tetrapods. Yeah. So not all land animals are derived from the same ancestor. You've got arthropods, insects, spiders, and crustaceans, and myriapods like millipedes and stuff like that. Those creepy crawly guys, arthropods. They came up onto land independently and before the tetrapods did. These guys only came later, and it's all vertebrate animals that live on land, all what we call tetrapods. Tetrapod for four-footed. They evolved from a critter that would have looked a lot like this. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But Diamang says that sentence is technically incorrect, paleontologizing. You'll have to be more specific. I've said a number of sentences in the past 3 hours and 19 minutes. Which sentence are you referring to? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And haven't seen that fractal way of showing evolution before. Pretty clever. Yeah, terabytes. It's pretty neat. We can jump from this to, say, good old Homo sapiens. Yeah. And then we can go all the way out to all of life. Pretty neat. And there's a link right there. This is at onezoom.org. Lovely way to look at the tree of life. Pretty awesome. Yeah. And let's see. Not all terrestrial animals are descended from the same terrestrial ancestors. That's what I meant, Diamwang. Yes, you're being overly technical. All life on Earth is descended from the same ancestor. Go back far enough. Certainly. Go back about 4 billion years, and all life on Earth had a single common ancestor. But terrestrial animals are not a clade, I'll put it that way. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And so when we're talking about the phylogeny of iguanodontian dinosaurs, like Karen and I were here, what we're talking about is that evolutionary tree, trying to figure that out. Who's most closely related to whom among all of these beaky, bulky, plant-eating dinosaurs? It gets a little tricky.
So they're known from like all modern continents. They start in the maybe middle, but definitely late Jurassic, all the way through the end of the Cretaceous.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, so that's a span of like closing in on 100 million years. I mean, these animals were hugely successful. And, you know, a lot of people... Yeah. And while iguanodontians are, you know, iguanodon and things like it are these sort of, I don't know, I guess you'd call them boring dinosaurs. Like, they're sort of nondescript, right?
They don't have the biggest horns or frills. I mean, they've got the thumb spikes,
They've got the thumb spikes, which is distinctive, but not all of them have that even,
That's true.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
dryosaurids are in this group, and they don't really have any of that going. They're these sort of, like, nondescript, small, bipedal herbivores. And they're cute. And so here's one argument for iguanodontians, right?
Uh-huh.
If we actually had the DNA resources and the technology of Jurassic Park, and we could clone dinosaurs, these are the ones that we should make. They're like this high, right? And I'm talking like Dryosaurus and like, and also sort of like the Speedos, right? These.
Yeah. So Dryosaurus, you know, looks like that's a pretty nice one there. I like it. Yeah. You know, not the flashiest dinosaur. But it's a respectable dinosaur nonetheless. Yeah, a little bit nondescript, perhaps. Cool critter. I risk repeating myself if I tell you what I want to say right now, because I think I may have said it during the interview.
These
Small-bodied, early diverging ornithischians? Yeah.
So these
used to be called hypsilophodonts.
Yeah. But there's a sort of whole group that some are inside and some are outside of Iguanodontia itself, but they're these like small bipedal herbivorous animals, right?
Yeah.
Like this big. like, they've got good beaks. They could maybe be a little bit nippy if they wanted to be, but, like, they're not gonna kill anyone.
Yeah. That's
and
funny enough. That's my standard answer. Anytime somebody asks me, like, what would be a good dinosaur to have as a pet? Good non-avian dinosaur.
Your island, it's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
R Button Z, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing.
Please say Coolindodromeus.
Yeah,
Because it's got all those features you were just mentioning. Plus it's fuzzy.
Plus it's fuzzy. Yeah, exactly.
So Coolindodromeus looks like this. Depictions of it right there. We know that it had some kind of fuzzy covering. May or may not be homologous to actual feathers. We call these feathers most of the time, but they're a little mysterious. Is it the same thing as feathers, or is this just another kind of superficially feathery covering that these dinosaurs evolved independently? We really don't know. Because it's from the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree from birds. We wouldn't expect these guys to have feathers, and yet there the feathers are in the fossils. Or at least some kind of filamentous covering. But yeah, I think that's a good answer for, like, what would be a good dinosaur to have as a pet? One of these little guys. Yeah. We do know that they had scaly tails, though, yeah. Because there's none of these filaments on the tails. We've got a bunch of specimens of this critter, by the way. It's very well represented. Yeah. Anyway, really lovely.
So that's funny enough. That's my standard answer. Anytime somebody asks me, like, what would be a good dinosaur to have as a pet? Good non-avian dinosaur. I usually say Coolindodromeus.
Yeah.
Because it's got all those features you were just mentioning. Plus it's fuzzy.
It's fuzzy. Yeah, exactly.
So this is a nice little image. I'm just going to show them.
Yeah, awesome.
So silhouettes of different iguanodontians like this. This is the basic, kind of group. This gives you some sense for what we're talking about here, I hope.
And these are, I feel like a lot of people, this is maybe a little bit more like hadrosaurs, which are within the group of iguanodontians. I think yesterday I equated it to, like, dolphins are, all dolphins are whales. They're a group within whales.
They're part of Cetacea, like
right?
that.
So same thing, right? Hadrosaurs are a group within Iguanodontia. But yeah, people call them, like, the cows of the Cretaceous, right?
It was really awesome.
In sort of a derogatory way. But cows are great, guys. And
they're a successful group.
They're a successful group, and they're really interesting, and there's a lot of interesting things about their biology. So, and basically, it's one of those things that, like, once I started, like, looking at this problem of how are all of these animals related to each other, there wasn't really a lot of work on that at that point.
Yeah.
There was some.
And Terabyte says, hold on, dolphins are whales? So killer whales are actually whales? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, shoot, here. Let's jump to whales here. Cetacea. There we go. Cetacea is whales. That includes the mysticetes, the quote-unquote great whales. These are whales that don't have teeth. And then you get the odontocetes, who do have teeth, the toothed whales. That includes dolphins, porpoises, narwhals, beaked whales, and killer whales. And Lorelei 115, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Terabyte says, I thought dolphins were porpoises and distinct from whales. Nope. They're all part of Cetacea. So, killer whales, aka orcas, are toothed whales. They're part of Odontoceti, the odontocete whales. And they are in turn part of Cetacea, along with the mysticetes, the baleen whales. So yeah. Terabyte says, wow, that's one of my nerd facts blown out of the water. You bet. Yeah. I don't know why. That's actually something that I don't know why it's so widespread, but I've heard this at, like, marine parks and stuff like that. Like, I remember hearing this at Marine World when I was a kid. Like, oh, well, the orca, killer whale, is not actually a whale. It's actually the world's largest dolphin. Well, no, dolphins are a kind of whale. they're still whales, you know? They're part of cetacea. So yeah. Anyway, yeah.
And if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures
Jordan.
like this, living in the nooks and
Thank you for
crannies
the
of
follow.
their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Yep. Anywho, whales, dolphins, and porpoises are part of cetacea. And killer whales are part of Odontoceti, the toothed whales, odontocetes. So yes, indeed.
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he?
Orwa DDL, thank you for the follow.
Tips the scales at a substantial 35.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anywho. Good stuff. So yeah. Anyway, but that's another really important point to make, is that you can't evolve out of a clade. So, like, whales, group Cetacea here, you know, they all share a common ancestor that lived on land. So, there we go. And the ancestor of the whales looks something like this, like Pachycetus. It's got these unmistakable ears that show that it is an ancestral whale. And we've got this lovely succession of fossils like this that show a beautiful transition from terrestrial life to life in the sea. These creatures become increasingly more and more similar to what you would conceive of as like a modern whale. We can watch this evolutionary transition take place over tens of millions of years by studying their fossils. And so there's a bunch of intermediates between all of these also. This is only showing you like the broad strokes. From Cuchicedus to Dorodon, we've got so many in-betweens there that I guess they just didn't have the budget or the time to animate. And there have been more that have been discovered since this little video was produced. So yeah. It's pretty cool. But the point that I'm trying to make is that you can't evolve out of a clade. So, like, orcas, here, like our killer whale right here, Orcinus orca, they are part of the oceanic dolphin family. So, orcas are a kind of dolphin, which belong to this other clade. I don't know what that one's called, or this one. But you keep moving up, getting more and more general. Get into this group here. I'm sure each of these has a name, and they're not listed here, and I'm not familiar enough with whales to know them off the top of my head. And then you get to the toothed whales, odontocetes. Then you get to cetacea in general, the whales in general. And then you get to, this clade is called Hippomorpha. It includes all whales and hippos too. Hippos branch off right here. So hippos are also part of this clade. And then you get to this group here, which is called Cetariodactyla. Or maybe it's, here we go further out, the cloven-hoofed ungulates. Whales are kind of hoofed mammal. Even though they don't have hooves anymore, they're still part of this group. You can't evolve out of a group. That's not how it works. You're always part of a group. Groups just get more and more and more specific. It's like Russian nesting dolls, you know? So yeah. And then further out, you get to this group, which also includes the carnivorans and the bats. And you can go further and further out. Get to hedgehogs as well, Laurasiatheria, then Boroeutheria. We also get to the primates and the rodents and the moles. And then to placental mammals, therian mammals, mammals in general. And then you get to amniotes. This is where mammals also link up with reptiles. So the reptile-mammal split is right here. So you take a left and you get to the mammals. You take a right and you get to the reptiles, which includes lizards and snakes, and crocodiles and turtles, and birds. Yes, indeed, birds are a kind of reptile. You can't evolve out of a group. You're always part of that group. That makes sense? Birds evolved from dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, so birds are dinosaurs and birds are reptiles. And you take this back even further, from amniotes to tetrapods. This is vertebrate animals that had an ancestor that moved onto land. You get to lungfishes and tetrapods. And then you get to lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Every animal that I just mentioned is a kind of lobe-finned fish. Lemurs are a kind of fish. Caecilians are a kind of fish. Possums are a kind of fish. Coelacanths are obviously a kind of fish. Buntings, birds are a kind of fish. Because they all evolved from a fish that came up onto land. Does that make sense? You can't evolve out of a group. The humans are fish. Yes, indeed, Indo. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Ayakane. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Pretty neat, right? And when did snakes have legs? Says it's Kokash during the Cretaceous period. Here. Yeah, critters like Tetrapodophis, the four-footed snake. You can see those little legs right there. Yeah, snakes evolved from earlier lizards. So snakes are a kind of lizard. They are part of Squamata, the lizard group on the Tree of Life. Yeah, there's an illustration. You can see the little legs right there. It's right here on this side. See this? Yeah. So during the age of dinosaurs, snakes split off from kind of the main lizard line. They're still lizards, but they evolved into their own little branch like that. Their own little branch of weird lizards that ended up losing their legs. Now we've got this legless group of lizards that we call snakes today. Yeah. Anyway. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. This is the sort of thing that I desperately wish were properly taught in US schools, and it's just generally not. It is some of the coolest stuff that you could possibly learn about the history of life on Earth, about our place in it. It's super enlightening, it changes your perspective on the world around you. But because it can be so transformative like that, there are a lot of people in positions of power who really don't want kids learning about this. Creationism is so prevalent in American society. There are the person who is second in line to the US presidency is a wackadoo young Earth creationist. He has blamed school shootings on the teaching of evolution. These are the people who are running our government. This is the Speaker of the House, Anyway, this sort of thing is super basic scientific information. It's the most basic thing in the world for a biologist or paleontologist or geologist, frankly. And most people in the general public are completely oblivious to it because it just doesn't get properly taught in school, So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Get Push Origin says, but the Bible said, sarcastically, but the Bible doesn't say that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. The Bible doesn't have anything to say about evolution. It's like a weird interpretation that other people are putting on this religious text. People like Mike Johnson. Frankly, I think because it makes it easier to control people. If you don't have an understanding of how the world really works, if you don't have an understanding of our place as humans in Earth history and in the world today, then, it makes it easier to control. Anyhow, we're going to get back to our interview with Karen today. But yeah. Anyhow. Oh no. Why the commoners weren't taught to read. There you go. There you go. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Oh, boy. Anyway, that's the whole point of me doing these streams in the first place, is to hopefully, in a way, clear up some of this, you know, misperceptions that people have, gaps in their knowledge. You know, it's... I don't know.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Edum Winteloco, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't know. As a paleontologist, as somebody who actually digs up fossils and studies them, and somebody who's really passionate about the history of life on Earth, I think it's really troubling that the most basic kind of information about that just isn't reaching people in the general public. So that's what I'm trying to do here, you know? There's an old saying that, like, if you don't know where... You can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed...
Thank you,
America
League, for the
loses
Prime.
them
I really appreciate it.
forever.
Thank you, thank you. If you don't understand the history of life on Earth, if you don't understand our place in it, what do you really know? We're so lucky nowadays that we have had a couple hundred years of people studying the Earth's past through rocks and fossils. For millennia, this was this huge question just weighing down on the shoulders of everybody, like, where did we come from? You know, what are we doing here? How did people get to be here in the first place, you know? There have been all kinds of different cultures throughout history that have all had all kinds of different creation myths. Oh, the universe was hatched out of an egg, or, you know, people were, you know, they walked out of that mountain over there, or, you know, they spat out by a wolf, or I don't know. People have all kinds of different ideas about this. But we're so lucky nowadays that we live in an age where we can test those ideas. We can figure this out. And it's taken a tremendous amount of work from literally hundreds of thousands of people over the past 200 years to learn about Earth's ancient history, to learn about the evolution of life on Earth, how it's developed over the last 3-4 billion years. That's hard-won knowledge, and it's enlightening once you have it. It gives you a different perspective on the world. Things suddenly make sense. You understand why certain creatures look more similar to other ones, because they're actually related. It makes the world make sense. And it's such a travesty that this isn't properly taught in most schools in the US or frankly around the world. So that's part of what I'm trying to do here. And I feel tremendously lucky to be able to do that. Not just to be able to have a career learning more about the history of life on Earth through the study of fossils, but being able to share that with all of you is a tremendous privilege, and I'm so glad that you're here for that. Thank you for making that possible through your support. Holy cow. Anyway, let's get back to this.
But it definitely needed to be more fleshed out. And so that's what I decided to do for my PhD dissertation. I just wanted to go in and figure out how are all these things related to each other, because until we understand that, we can't really start asking questions about how they evolved. They evolved, right? Yeah. We sort of need to know what the baseline pattern is before we can start answering questions about the patterns within evolution and what was happening at what time and all of that.
Yeah. That's important stuff. Here, let me go through some of the chat messages here. Sorry, I've been a little unresponsive for a little bit. Let's catch up to those. But yeah. It's Kokash says, can I ask, do you see a future where people have cloned back dinosaurs or other extinct animals? Tomorrow tomorrow, maybe 100 years from now. Not dinosaurs, because we don't currently have any DNA from dinosaurs from the Mesozoic. Not a single scrap anywhere. So that's not likely to happen anytime soon. Other extinct animals, hopefully. It'd be really cool to be able to bring back creatures like the dodo or the thylacine, Tasmanian tiger. Things that people kind of deliberately drove into extinction. It'd be cool to kind of correct those sins of the past, atone for those, so to speak, and help heal those ecosystems that are now lacking these really important creatures. I don't know, some people would say, oh, isn't that playing God? You know what's playing God is driving creatures into extinction in the first place. Helping correct that, I think, is kind of the opposite. I don't know. Kodali wants to know how long until you finish your Spinosaur paper? Hopefully very soon. I want to get it submitted for publication ASAP. Especially since I've got 3 or 4 other exciting paper ideas, paper projects that I've begun work on too. So I want to be able to go full bore with those. Got to get the Spinosaur thing submitted first. Then there you go, Crimson Carnotaurus. Scientology creation at the end. Yeah. Anyway, Nerduino says these chats with other scientists on the dig were some of my favorite parts. Appreciate that, Nerduino. They're some of my favorite parts too, for sure. Yeah. And anyhow, yeah.
The moon does exist.
And Blitz000, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, let's continue this.
We had a question here. The chart had Uranosaurus. I thought they were reclassified as hadrosaurs. This is kind of feeds into that.
No. Uranosaurus is definitely outside of hadrosaurs. It's and what you might have seen is sometimes they group within.
Blitz, I pronounce names of dinosaurs and pseudoseuchians and various other different critters all the time. Yours is easy. Welcome, Blitz. It's good to have you here.
This larger group we call hadrosauroids. All right, so you've got like hadrosaurids up here, right, and then like kind of stepping out into a slightly larger group, you would have hadrosauroids. And sometimes Oranosaurus gets up into hadrosauroids, but actually, if you get enough taxa into the tree, then it groups more down with what I would call sort of like just not the best term for it is non-hadrosauroid iguanodontians, which is a bit of a mouthful, but we'll just say the non-duckbill dinosaur iguanodontians, which is really the meat of what I study. There's a lot of people working on hadrosaurs. That's like a busy field, and I'm like, you all have fun up there. I'm figuring out where enjoy your duckbills. I'm figuring out kind of how they got to that point and what was the setup, right? What was the evolutionary pattern for them to get to that point?
And Iacane says, I remember folks saying it was impossible to get dinosaur marrow due to the porous nature of bones. No, it's due to the age, and the marrow is gone, Iacane. We don't have dinosaur bone marrow. We've got tiny little traces of soft tissue in dinosaur bones, but it's like collagen, it's like individual proteins, remnants of blood vessels, stuff like that. It's not like bone marrow. So, I don't know. I really, really hope someday we could have dinosaur DNA, but try as we might, even in those red blood cells, even in the collagen fibers and stuff like that we have, there's no DNA. DNA just seems to be way too fragile. Like, even under perfect conditions. Now, you could have it, I don't know, maybe frozen in a test tube or something like that, and it probably still wouldn't last more than a couple million years, let alone 66 plus million years. So, I don't know, I wouldn't get your hopes up too much. I'm not going to say it's impossible. It just seems very impossible at the moment. Yeah. But who knows? Who knows? Yeah. But yeah. And Anki Farah, we do have birds. Yeah. Yeah, well, shoot, that's, Here, this kind of gets into... Here. Here's what Mary Schweitzer was able to find. Yep, this is collagen, I think. Yep. It's not rules. It was just kind of a vague assumption. Yeah, risk of contamination. Or maybe they're biofilm from bacteria. This is Brachylophosaurus, I think. I think it's the super duck specimen. Yep. So I think this was 07. Or maybe 2009? I forget. No luck yet. There's Liz there. They were doing this with the cameras. Because I think they were doing this excavation at Egg Mountain, and I don't think they were expecting to find any organic, like, you know, organic material in there. So they're doing this with the cameras. I've never worn surgical gloves while digging fossils like this. But, anyway, yeah. Yep. So here's the thing. Somebody in the chat pointed out that we do actually have dinosaur DNA. Maybe not from the Mesozoic era, but... It's a great book. I would recommend it. Yeah, How to Build a Dinosaur. I don't like the cover here. But it's a good book. Mm-hmm. Yep. Anyway, yeah. Again, here's a link to that. I think Claire already shared it, but there's that too. So this is before CRISPR, Wildflower. Yeah, this is before CRISPR was was available. The idea was that you would just change how some of the genes are expressed during development of individual chickens before they hatch out. So it would be non-heritable. Like a successful dino chicken would still have offspring that look totally normal, you know? Just be like regular chickens. So it'd be like a one-off every time. And that turned out to be really, really difficult, especially getting the tail to lengthen. Dana Rashid actually has a wonderful little TED talk about this, a TEDx talk, I should say. So check that out if you're interested. But yeah, and somebody was asking, why a chicken? Why not a larger bird? Something more charismatic than a chicken? And the answer is, chickens are very well studied. Their genome has already been sequenced. We already know a good deal about how they develop to a certain extent. And they're inexpensive. Like, you would need to do this on a bunch of different individuals. You wouldn't want to use a bird that's anywhere close to endangered or threatened or anything like that. Chickens are really easy to keep in laboratory conditions. You know, their eggs are readily available. They're already kind of a model organism in certain ways. So that's why I'd use a chicken. Yeah, and they're way nicer than ducks. There you go, Ayakane, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. The lab rats of the dinosaur world, kind of, Nazoon, yeah. Yeah. There's a few different, like model organisms within birds. You've got house sparrows, Passera domesticus. They're pretty well studied. They're very, very common. And zebra finches. I guess this is like a fashion thing here, but the bird on the right is called a zebra finch, and they've been studied for a long time, looking at how different genes express and that kind of thing. So they're very well understood too. And of course you've got pigeons, and you've got chickens. And these are some of your kind of standard bird model organisms that have been used a lot in different studies. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. Anyway, let's get back to our discussion with Karen Poole here.
Iguanodontians are interesting in their own right. And I also like to point this out. It's not a linear thing, right?
Oh, and Celtic Elephant says, I feel though ostriches would serve just as well. I mean, it'd be cool, but ostriches also get very large, and they don't produce as many eggs, and they're extremely expensive to house and feed compared to chickens. And I don't know if we have their genome sequenced yet, and a lot of other stuff like that. Like, it would be probably a much, much, much more difficult to use ostriches. As cool as that would be, it's just not a good starting point, you know? Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Yeah.
It's not like we have iguanodontians in the early Cretaceous and then they all become hadrosaurs and duckbill dinosaurs. There are other lineages.
There's like relic groups, yeah. Or Rhabdodontians, I guess.
Well, Rhabdodontians, right? So Rhabdodon and Zelmoxes was featured in
Prehistoric Planet.
Prehistoric Planet, which is great for me because now people know what Zelmoxes is. And
yeah, it's a weird little critter. Here, shoot. Let's find a clip. Zelmoxes. And hang on, diagonal. Holy moly.
Ontogeny.
42 months. Look at all the growth you've done, Diagonal. Holy cow. Appreciate your ongoing support for the past 42 months. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Holy cow. Brilliant. Zelmoxes. Here we go.
In the aftermath of a tropical storm, debris is drifting downstream.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
Ultravision Prime, thank you for the Prime there. 2 months. Really appreciate that, Ultravision. Thank you for the support.
And amongst the wreckage, rafts of vegetation ripped from the land. For a weary pterosaur, this one may be a welcome place to rest.
Uh-oh.
But
a real dinosaur?
Truck Ram, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
It's far from safe.
Uh-oh. Shoot.
A huge mosasaur, a deadly underwater hunter, is looking
giant
for an easy meal.
Marine lizard. There's little Zalmoxes
This
there.
little dinosaur.
Little Rabdodontian.
Zalmoxes. Staying here is too risky. He needs a larger raft, and quickly.
Uh-oh. Zalmoxes.
There's little choice but to swim for it.
Go, little guy, go!
He is not the first here.
Uh-oh.
Another castaway. A female.
Hello. And this is how new populations can
Their raft
emerge
is
on
drifting out to
different
sea.
islands.
Sometimes castaways on rafts like these are washed up on the shores of distant islands.
Yep.
If they're very lucky, this pair could become pioneers.
Such little Zalmoxes right there, the one that Karen was talking about. Yeah.
It's like relic groups, yeah. Or Rabdodontians, I guess.
Well,
would be,
Rabdodontians, right? So,
yeah.
so Rabdodon and Zalmoxes was featured in
Prehistoric Planet.
Prehistoric Planet, which is great for me because now people know what Zalmoxes is, and I can use this example. But Zalmoxes is also an iguanodontian, and so you can kind of follow part of the tree, and there's this trend towards like really like more and more teeth and bigger jaws and like these giant dinosaurs, which are the hadrosaurs. Most of them are quite large. But there's this other group of iguanodontians hanging out in the underbrush doing their thing, being Zalmoxes. And their teeth sort of take a whole different trajectory where they have actually really big teeth, like really wide teeth in their jaws and not that many of them.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean,
Max Elwood. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that.
Really big teeth, like really wide teeth in their jaws and not that many of them. And hadrosaurs do the exact opposite. They have like super narrow teeth, closely packed, and like 40 of them in like just like across the one lower jaw. So they take these very different pathways, and so there's these different groups evolving in parallel, and evolution is not, it's a bush and it's radiating outward. It's not like this sort of stepwise progression, even though any given path you could follow this sort of stepwise
but there's
progression.
so many different
but
paths
there's all
going
these
in
different
directions.
paths, and that's so that's kind of the cool thing, and you can follow these different pathways through.
And speaking of those kinds of pathways like that, how can the study of iguanodontians help you understand kind of the history of life on Earth while these animals are alive? Do they track with the evolution of flowering plants? Is there a way to test that?
Oh yeah, I mean that's definitely.
Anyway, this is I'll give you a link to this right here. for the really cool discussion. And again, the whole reason we're watching this is this dinosaur that we were digging up this summer, this new iguanodontian. Karen Poole is leading the charge in actually getting this thing described and published. So hopefully a few years down the line, when I'm able to talk about this being a brand new dinosaur, it'll be because, Karen really put the pedal to the metal and got this thing published. But before that happens, she and I hopefully are going to be working on another project, also to do with iguanodontians that I can't quite tell you about yet. But, yeah, we might be shaking things up in the Cedar Mountain Formation a little bit, looking at some of these previously described iguanodontians and trying to figure out what's actually going on with them. So yeah, pretty excited about that. Yeah. Anywho, catch up to chat. Yeah. Some more of these shorts. There we go.
What kind of dinosaur are you digging up? How do you know it's new? This is an iguanodont dinosaur from the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, about 142 million years old, and just that alone almost guarantees that it'll be new. These particular rocks are older than dinosaurs have ever been named from before in North America. This is our third year digging in this particular quarry here, so we've already got hundreds of bones out of the ground, back to the laboratory. They've already been cleaned and studied, and got every indication that this is going to be a new critter. Doesn't have a name yet, but that'll probably come in a couple years.
Great, Claire.
Once Karen Poole gets around to publishing on it. She's our iguanodont expert. You want to talk a little bit about what you got going over here?
Yeah, so I just pulled out a hip bone.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world.
Oh, well, hang on.
From the dawn of time.
There's Zelmoxes again.
Will they wreak? What lives will
Casey
they destroy?
Snowart.
What
Holy
depths
cow.
of panic and terror will they create?
Well, Casey Snowart. How did your stream go?
Casey Snowart and their 56 raiders have arrived to wreak
excellent.
some sweet havoc.
And what a big raid, too. That's awesome. You've been getting this kind of viewership, Casey. Very, very nice. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. As you can tell, I am now here back in the office after basically 2 months of digging up dinosaurs out in the field, including our last jaunt out there was over 3 weeks in the deserts of eastern Utah. And now we're back, just kind of recapping what we were doing this summer and talking about why we're so excited about the scientific implications of what we found. So anyway, if any of you are not yet following Casey Snowart, do yourself a favor and go follow her right now. She does art live on stream. Really cool community. Casey herself is really cool, very chill. And she is very talented. And she does some dinosaur illustrations as well as some dinosaur sculpts. So go give her a follow if you're not yet doing so. If you're not yet following. Doing some dragon designs for Smaugust, fun little creature design challenge for the month of August. Oh, Smaugust. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Very cool. Yeah. Wanted my folks to come say hi. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. And for anybody who might be new here, if it's your first time here at Paleontologizing, well, let me introduce you to a good friend of ours with a different video from the one I showed earlier, with previously recorded Danny, who is sneaking up behind me again right now. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, why a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. And that'll also give me a chance to go use the little paleontologist room. So, without further ado, previously recorded Danny, take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Trirarchuncus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his hood a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more, Casey Snowart, for that raid. Really appreciate it. Again, I hope you had a wonderful stream, Casey. And, man, is it good to be back here, back home in my office. As much as I enjoy fieldwork, as much as I look forward to it all year long, 2 months out in the field is it's a while. So I'm really enjoying being back home, and I'm glad everybody could be here today as we talk about everything we did this summer. So excited as well for so many things coming up. Holy cow. I've got new research. I've got collaborations with colleagues. I've got a conference coming up at the end of October. I've got TwitchCon, which I'll be at toward the end of September. And then I've got some other stuff I can't talk about yet going on here in the Bay Area that I'm very, very excited about too. And might even be able to stream some of it. So stay tuned for that. But, yeah. And stream was good. No better way to cap it off than visiting you on Science Twitch. I appreciate that, Casey. I really do. Thank you. And we'll be continuing the recap tomorrow as well, Casey. We'll be looking at some more of these different dinosaurs from the Cedar Mountain Formation, talking about why our new iguanodont is going to be so important. And, And before we think about wrapping up here, I want to give folks a chance to ask any other questions that they might have right now, too. Because, we've been going for 4¼ hours so far. We'll go a little bit longer. See if anybody's got any pressing questions about dinosaurs, about the history of life on Earth, or about how science works. Yeah. Did you get your package okay? I did, Salamander. Shoot. Should I show that off real quick? Let me do that. That was actually before I left for the field. Yes, indeed, Salamander. Incredibly generous of you. Both I and Ios and Lordy are very excited about this. Let me go grab it. Yeah. Oh man, I didn't know what in the world this was until I opened it. Yeah. And Nimrod says, when you said straight from high school to a museum, was that a part-time job alongside study, or just straight into employment? No, they didn't have a budget to pay me. I was volunteering at the museum there. Yeah. Good question, though. And thank you, AZ Lace, for being here. Appreciate you. Come in with Casey. Thanks for being here. You have a great evening. Yeah. Let's take a look at this, everybody. Holy cow, this box right here. This is really something. Yeah. Capsaicin, you're darn right. Yes, indeed, Salamander. Holy cow. must have opened the bottom of it earlier, before I left for the field. But check out all of these super delicious sigmoidal packing peanuts. These are gonna feed me for weeks. I really appreciate it. No, I'm just kidding. Try not to make a huge mess here, but oh boy. Oh, this is the sauce, hot sauce here. Check that out. This whole thing is just full of these wonderful bottles of hot sauce from Pepper Palace. Thank you so much, Salamander. I did not request this. I did not know this existed, but this is going to be something that we really enjoy here in this household. Me and Ios and Lordy. Lordy's particularly excited to be able to work this into a bunch of different recipes. But this is excellent. And can we get a link to Pepper Palace? Not a sponsored stream, but I just want to, you know, show my gratitude by giving a shout out to Pepper Palace. Spicy sweet bourbon glaze? Holy cow. Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. Mix that with peanut butter and make pad thai? That sounds awesome, Salamander. Shoot. Yeah, if you have any recipes, I'd be super interested. La Diablesse hot sauce. This is wild. Shoot. Here. Let's grab some more out of here. Butterscotch rub? And look at the art on that. Oh boy, there's a pun for you. Yeah. Is it supposed to be a Scottish stick of butter? Is that a stick of butter with kilt and bagpipes? Oh boy. Butterscotch. Anyway, and there's yet more. I'm not going to show all of these, but holy cow. This is very thoughtful of you, Salamander, and I really appreciate it. Pepper Palace Fusion. Oh, that looks cool. I like this one, too. I think that's my favorite so far, actually. Garlic and pepper hot sauce. Wow. If that's not playing God, I don't know what is. Oh boy. Anyway, thank you, thank you. Yeah, here's that website. Pepper Palace. Thank you, Salamander, for sending all this. I don't know how you got hold of all these, but I really appreciate it. And I'm going to enjoy these immensely, as will Ios and Lordy. She works there. Well, well, well. Appreciate you, Salamander. Holy cow. Yeah. And Scottish what? And are all birds immune to capsaicin? I'm not sure, Ungoy. I'm not sure. Yeah. Birds immune to capsaicin. From the National Pesticide Information Center. Can capsaicin affect birds, fish, or other wildlife? Most wildlife will avoid capsaicin because it has such a strong odor and taste. However, birds cannot taste capsaicin and will not be repelled by it. Capsaicin is toxic to bees and other beneficial insects. Researchers believe that capsaicin and similar compounds protect the seeds inside the peppers from fungus. That makes sense. That's why that compound would evolve in the first place. Interesting. But this is something that I do for, to keep rats and mice and squirrels out of the bird feeder, is you make sure that you go out there and it's all coated with cayenne pepper. Because the birds don't mind it, but the squirrels and rats do not like it. That reminds me, I have to go put that bird feeder back outside now that I'm home. But, yeah, cool stuff. Yeah. I wonder if that also means that non-avian dinosaurs would be immune to the effects of capsaicin. Given that they didn't say all modern birds. I wonder if it'd be true of all birds, like from sparrows to penguins, from ostriches to pelicans. Huh. Seems like there could be an interesting, like, master's or PhD project there. But yeah. I also love that we can, you know, take hot sauce and still tie it back to dinosaurs. Thank you, Sloppy Salamander, for the opportunity to do that. Anyway, so pepper spray would not help against an ostrich? I don't know, Ungoy. In the... I wonder. Yeah, all according to plan, says Salamander. I appreciate you. Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway. With that having been said, I think it's time to wrap things up here. And Pyrokitty says, I had ordered a small thing off the Amazon list just before you left for the field, hoping it got to you okay. Which one was that, Pyrokitty? Was it the whisk broom or the scoop? Yeah. Anyway, let me know, and I can thank you properly for it. But oh, that's interesting. Cool, Claire. Cool. Dinosaurs never saw capsaicin. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Casey. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and commence our wrap-up here. And throw a Deinonychus under our credits here. And oh boy, I gotta log back into the Streamlabs dashboard. There we go. Here's our credits. Oh, and we gotta find somebody to raid. Who are we gonna raid into? Who is currently live? But thank you to everybody in our credits. Everybody being mentioned there. Appreciate y'all, all of you, absolutely, for helping make these streams what they are. We're gonna go right into Science Streams for Microscopy Monday. Let's see what Belint is up to. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for making it possible for me to go out into the field in the first place and to come back. Thank you for your viewership, for your enthusiasm, for your questions, for your financial support. Makes this whole thing run. And thank you, moderators, for keeping this train on its tracks, ensuring a safe and fun environment for everybody. Appreciate you, mods. Claire Bird, thank you so much for making all of those clips and VODs and shorts. I'm excited to watch all of them. Shoot. And thank you, raiders, new followers, everybody. I'm excited to see you again tomorrow. We can do a little bit more recapping of our fieldwork and answer some more questions, and it's gonna be a good time. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go right into science.